We welcome everybody back to some Out of the Park. It is the 27th of August now in the year 1871, and we have a massive matchup in the American League. The Boston Red Stockings, who are 13 and 7, they are on the road. uh, they have lost 5 of their last 6. They are traveling to the Philadelphia Athletics, who themselves are 11 and 11. A reminder, it's only a 32-game regular season here in 1871. Boston is coming off a disappointing 4-3 loss to the sub-500 New York Mutuals. Boston took 3 of the opening 3 games of their season series against New York, dropped the 4th one in the last game that we covered. Um, and not only that, but it for the first time since May has dropped Boston off of the top of the American League. They are now a half game back of the Cleveland Forest Cities. So Boston trying to win this game to keep pace with them. Philadelphia was in the pennant race in the American League back in May, but a horrid run of form has seen them drop to 11 and 11. They now sit 3.5 back of the Cleveland Forest Cities. A win here pulls them to within 3. Philadelphia, this is their 23rd game of the season. They will have 9 remaining after this. For Boston, it is their 21st game of the season. They will have 11 still to play. We are approaching the end of the season. The final third of the season is right around the corner. That's September 1st. And we are only a handful of games, only a handful of days away from that mark as we prepare the run-in to the final month and a half of the 1871 season. But welcome in. Let's go over your starting lineups. We're going to begin with the visiting Boston Red Stockings. Bub McAtee will lead things off, first baseman, batting .337. He's got 12 RBIs so far this season. He is 3 for 7 versus Matthews in this season. Warren White is in the 2 spot, batting .349, 5 RBIs, but he's yet to get a hit in 5 trips to the plate against Matthews. Tom Carey is in the 3 spot, the second baseman, batting .333, 22 RBIs, is one of the best in all of the American League. He's 1 for 7, though, versus Matthews so far this season. I have a feeling that's a scoreboard from PGA, Zig, that you just linked. I'll take a look at that after the lineup here in a moment. Boston, Andy Leonard, the left fielder, in the 4 spot for them. The .322 average hitter has 14 RBIs. He's 1 for 8 versus Matthews this season. Right fielder Al Reach is in the 5 spot. .326 average for him, 16 RBIs. He's 1 for 7 versus Matthews this season. Tommy Beals, the catcher, is in the 6th spot. He's batting .345, 12 RBIs so far this season for him. He's 2 for 8 versus the Philadelphia pitcher. Joe Batten in the 7th spot. The .197 average hitter has 7 RBIs. He's 2 for 7 versus Matthews. Tom Patterson, center fielder, is in the 8th spot for the Red Stockings. 120 average with just 1 run batted in so far this season. He's not the normal starter for Boston, but he gets the call up here today. He's 1 for 8 versus Matthews this season. And then pitcher Asa Bernard rounds things off for Boston in the 9th spot, batting .215 with 8 RBIs. He is 0 for 6 versus Matthews so far this season. We will come back to the pitching matchups in a moment. You are. You're at 2 under. Nice. Very nice, Zig. Let's go over the starting lineup for the Philadelphia Athletics. John Hadfield, the left fielder, will start things. He is batting .313 with 7 runs batted in this season, 1 for 5 versus Bernard. Scott Hastings is in the 2 spot. Catcher is batting .261 with 7 RBIs. He's 2 for 7 versus Bernard. Ed Pinkham is in the 3 spot, third baseman, batting .344, 16 RBIs. And he's 3 for 8 versus Bernard this season. Tom York is in the 4 spot. Center fielder's got 1 home run, 10 RBIs. 1 for 9, though, against Bernard. Dickie Pierce, shortstop, is in the 5 spot. 318 average with 1 home run, 16 ribbies. 3 for 7 versus Bernard this season. Dick Higgum is in the 6th spot, batting with 351. He's got 1 home run, 18 RBIs. He's 4 for 8 versus Bernard this season. So that 5-6 spot, one to watch here so far this or in tonight's game. Charlie Bierman, the first baseman, is in the 7th spot, batting 232. He's got 1 home run, 9 RBIs, 2 for 7 versus Bernard. Neely Phelps is in the 8th spot. The right fielder, batting 224, with 12 RBIs. He's 1 for 8 versus Bernard. At work, but want to make sure the streak survives. We're going all night again, Stuart, so no worries about that. And then pitcher Bobby Matthews, but welcome in. Bobby Matthews rounds things off. He's batting 247, 3 RBIs. He's 1 for 7 versus Bernard this season. On the mound for Boston will be Asa Bernard, 11-7 in 20 starts with 1 no decision. He's got a 3.00 ERA and a 1.54 whip. He has lost both decisions against Philadelphia already this season, but only a 0.53 ERA in those 2 starts versus the Athletics. Bobby Matthews gets the call for Philadelphia. He's 10-10 in 22 starts with 2 no decisions, 3.48 ERA with a 1.40 whip. He is 2-0 versus the Red Stockings this season with a 1.5 ERA in those 2 starts. It's a 2:05 first pitch start. Partly cloudy, 69 degrees. For those of you that use Celsius, that is 20. And I'm sorry, that is 21. And wind is blowing in from the left at 9 miles an hour. We are ready to get going. We begin with our first inning sponsor. Ziggurat. The F stands for Freedom Units, right? Sure. Ziggurat is an awesome football manager and PGA Tour 2K25 streamer. He also does a few other games occasionally like Arc Raiders and Euro Truck Simulator 2. Give him a follow if you haven't already. He's got 2 great network saves going on in FM, and he plays PGA as well. Ignore what he's saying in chat and just give him a follow. The great Ziggurat sponsors our first inning here tonight. Welcome in, Bubba. I'll be sure to skip using the term for your shout out, Bubba. Don't worry. Bobby Matthews on the mound from the Jefferson Street grounds in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The 13-7 Boston Red Stockings at the 11-11 Philadelphia Athletics. Matthews is on the mound ready to make the opening pitch to Bub McAtee. And here it is. That's taken off the plate away, 1-0. I'd be happy with bang average. Maybe in the temperature because I know it's hot over there. Here's the 1-0. And that one misses away, ball 2. That looked like it, but both of them look like a strike to me, but you know. Tight strike zone from the ump, I guess. We're getting it next week, by the way. That heat that you got, we're getting it next week. It's going up to 36 for 2 days next week. 38 with the heat index. Here's that streak continuing. Feel for you, it's nasty, yeah. Stewart with the 155 stream watch streak. He goes up to 5 white chips, 2 blue chips, 3 red chips, and 1 black chip. And he's going to upgrade his white chips. So he's going to toss the 5 back into the pile and grab another blue. 1 black chip, 3 red chips, 1 blue chip, or 3 blue chips is what you got. Let me just take a minute to record that. Now it's back to work. Fair enough. If anyone has any questions on what the chips signify, it's exclamation point chip. It'll take you to a doc that explains it all. It's only about a page and a half document. Was 37 here. I got sunburned yesterday. Yeah, I think it's Thursday or Friday of next week. It's supposed to be 30. Exclamation point salsa, exclamation point guac. I do love a good guac. But no, it's supposed to be 36 with a heat index of 38 here one of the days next week. So it's just going to be nasty. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and of course I'll probably get dragged into yard work one of those days anyway. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one is taken, I believe, that's in there for a strike. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Off the plate, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Grounded over to second. The throw on to first is in time, and McAtee is retired to start the game. That's going to bring up Warren White, the shortstop. First pitch to White. And that one's taken off the plate, 1-0. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. That's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is flied out into right. Right fielder doesn't have to go far. He's got it, 2 down. Tom Carey is the next batter, second baseman. Here's the first pitch to Carey. Lined into right field, base hit. And Carey is aboard with a 2-out single. That brings up left fielder Andy Leonard. Here's the first pitch to Leonard. 1-2 down. That's grounded over the third. Throw on to first is in time, and the side is retired. No one's, 1 hit and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the first. There is no score. We are going to take ourselves a 3-minute timeout. We'll be back with more in 3 minutes' time. We welcome you back. Bottom first in Philadelphia. Asa Bernard is on the mound for Boston. And we are ready for the first pitch in the bottom of the first, leading off with John Hatfield. First pitch to Hatfield incoming. And this one's ripped into left. Does it stay fair? No. It just goes foul. It'll be 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Way inside, ball one. 1-1 to count. I agree with that message so much. Keep cool, stay hydrated, and cause chaos. I decided to pin it. Here's the 1-1. That's grounded foul down the first base side. It'll be 1-2. The 1-2 pitch incoming is flied out into right. Right fielder has to come forward for it because it's a bit shallow, but it hangs up there long enough, and he's got it. One away. That's going to bring up Scott Hastings. Vegetable bats. Nice, Latte. Welcome in. By the way, Latte, just an FYI, you do have 14 white chips. So if you ever wanted to upgrade some of the whites to blues, you have enough. Here's the first pitch to Hastings. But welcome in, my man. That is taken right on the outside corner for a strike. It's 0-1. It's good to see you. What are chips? I like chips. They're really good as poutine. Brits always have to have such terrible humor with shit, doesn't it? It's like, no, I'm just teasing. I can use them. Cody Bones! Cody. Listen. It's great to see you. And we're gonna stop the stream for a second to give a special shout out. One of the funniest, best VTuber streamers, all sorts of stuff. Summon Night, Swordcraft. They played like some of the Sonic games. I've seen him play Neo 3. Like just a whole like smorgasbord of gaming. And there's just really great, really fun to talk to, and there's always a great laugh on their stream. Give them a follow if you haven't already. One of my favorite VTubers, the great Cody Bones. Shout out to Cody. Thank you for coming in here. I appreciate you. I can use them when I get a player in FM. Fair enough. Well, golly, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. You've actually been getting into baseball recently. The whole series that the Phillies just played with the Nationals, the 4-game series, that series was probably the most wild series of baseball that's going to happen, at least in the regular season this year. I mean, that series was insane. So, playoffs are a whole different story. The quality of baseball is incredible in the playoffs. But that series they played with the Nationals that they just finished yesterday was crazy. And it's just one of those things that reminds me about how unpredictable baseball can be and just how unique a sport it is. I'm a big sports guy. If the ticker up at the top didn't give that away, I'm a big sports guy. In fact, I meant to actually ask, when are the World Cup games? I didn't actually check the time for the World Cup games. 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. Oh, no, thank you. But yeah. I was never around any sports fans growing up, but I played a few on and off growing up. I was pretty good at tennis. I used to be really into tennis, yeah. But I always wanted to play baseball. I was rubbish at baseball. I loved playing it, but I was so rubbish at it, Cody. Couldn't hit, couldn't field, couldn't run. But I always enjoyed the sport, so But welcome in. The only game worth watching is the Viva Land versus Baguette Slingers. No. For some context, Cody, since it's your first time here, we play a whole variety of games. We do play out of the park baseball, football manager, action timing in squad, the F1 racing series. We're going to be playing Saints Row 3 next month, maybe some Halo. We're playing through Final Fantasy 2 as well. We finished Final Fantasy 1 earlier this month. We're doing Final Fantasy 2 now. Pangya occasionally. I do need to put some. I forgot to put Pangya on the schedule in July. I need to really sit down next time I do a schedule for August and be like, these are the games I want to play. Like WWE 2K26 I want to bring in, or maybe 2K16. I want to bring in some Pangya. FF2 is the only one I know very little about, but it seems really ambitious for the time. It's not. I mean, I don't know about the story. I'm playing it to judge it on the story. But the mechanics are pretty horrendous. I will say that. Like leveling up is just awful. for the it's just an awful system, really. But I kind of understand some of the attempts at like realism by like having the characters be one-handed versus the other, but. That's a really good comparison, actually, right? Yeah, where the level based on what you do. Yeah, that's actually a very good comparison. But it just, for a style of RPG like Final Fantasy, it just doesn't make sense because you have to sit there. It just makes the grind even longer, right? Because, like, I can grind my fighter, or the guy that I want to be my fighter, hitting everyone over the head with a giant sword. And he gets really strong. But if I want him to be like a red mage was from FF1, where he can attack and he can cast magic, I have to grind him until he's really good at attack, and then go all the way back and grind each one of the spells I want him to be strong at. And it's just like, oh my god, this is so tedious. But yeah, that's what makes it bad, is the tediousness of it, the real monotony in the leveling. But I understand what they were trying to do with the system, and I understand like the realism aspect. I feel like that would disproportionately lean you towards whatever randomly run into early, rather than guiding your character to actually be good at it. Yeah, like I'm literally leveling all my characters to be good at everything that they have. So like even my main fighter, who's first, who's like got a lot of HP and like the big heavy armor, he has like lightning 3 and fire 3 and cure 3. And instead of like having specific characters like in FF1, I ran a black belt, a fighter, a red mage, and a black mage. And it's like, instead of having the black mage do the magic and the red mage do the magic and the healing, like everybody's like kind of basically the same. They all can hit, they all can cast, they all can block. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like, there's no real emphasis on party construction, you know, because everybody's got everything the same. So here's the 0-1 pitch. Yeah. And that's popped up right at the pitcher, by the way. He's got it. That's 2 down. For context on this save here, out of the park baseball is really fun. There's you can start in any baseball season. You can actually play like the British League and the Korean League if you want, and I think the Dutch League and the Aussie League are also in the game. We are in Major League Baseball, but it's the year 1871. You can go back and go to any historical season as far back as 1871, and it is the very first season. Yeah, you can go back to the 1800s. 1871 is the very first season of professional baseball in the world. So all the players that you see on the screen, Ed Pinkham, Tom Carey, Asa Bernard, these were all the real pitchers, catchers, batters, fielders. These are all the real players that existed in 1871. They're not on their historical teams in our save. We jumbled them up off the teams. But these are all the players who played back in 1871. The league existed around 1854, 1850, like somewhere between 1850 and 1855. The league actually starts playing, but they're completely amateur. And in 1871, the league decides to go fully professional. And this is the very first season of professional baseball. We commentate one game per calendar day in game. We started back in April, in like the 18th of April. We're now up to the 27th of August. We are scoring every game. So I have a score book for every game that we do. And that's where we're at. This is a game in the American League. Boston are a half game back of the American League. Oh, shit, my birthday's in 2 days in this game? Your birthday is the 29th of August. Nice. To be honest with you, that's getting close IRL. You're about 2 months away. So, in 1871, yeah. Cody's 150 years old. Yeah, 155 years old. Wow. 2 days in like 100 or some odd years. Yeah, there you go. Welcome. It's great to have you. Here's the first pitch to Ed Pinkham. Nobody on, 2 out. He's fouled that off to the backstop. It's 0-1. Aged gracefully. Damn right. Damn right. For those that are interested, because there are a few new faces around here today, we do have every game we've previously done in this season on the YouTube. So the YouTube actually has the VODs of everything. I uploaded another one today for, I think it premieres on July 8th, but I have like 3 more to upload. So the whole season is on there so far. It also has a lot of the other games we play. I don't do Final Fantasy. I haven't recorded that, and I don't do the Football Manager stuff on there. At least the FM23 save. I did start an FM24 save. I have like 300 videos of that, but we kind of paused that save because I got insanely bored of it. We do have all of our other series: Action Time Minute, Dead or Alive, Extreme Venus Vacation, Out of the Park Baseball. We have some hockey on there, and I'm probably going to reboot the save at some point. I just have to decide when. Probably August, as we get closer to the NHL season. Right. You know, I'd like to think I'm a bit more fun at parties than cheese. I'd say wine. There you go. Very good. Very good. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate again. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Grounded over to third, and he's fumbled it. He's errored it. It's an E5. That's an error on the third baseman. Joe Batten gets the first error of the game. Pork roll. What's good, pork roll? That means there's 1 aboard with 2 outs. We go to Tom York. He might not be a fan of alarms or surprises, but it was a surprise to see Pinkham get on via the error. Taking my lunch break. How are you? We're all right. Trying to stay cool. It's a little warm here today. It's going up to like 29, I think 28 or 29 today. So trying to stay a little cool. Here's the first pitch to York. Check swing. They're going to ask third base umpire. He did not go. And it's ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Check swing. They're going to ask the third place umpire again. And he did not go. It's 2-0. One of my favorite things about the super old baseball players is just how wild their names are. Oh, I know. Some of the stories as well. I can't remember which one, and chat will probably remember. But there's a story about a pitcher who I don't think he was ever diagnosed with autism because 1800s, but he certainly had a lot of signs. Like he was a pitcher who would stop pitching to go run over to the fans and pet their dogs. or he would stop pitching in the middle of the game to go chase a fire truck that was going down the street. Yeah. I know you're talking. Yeah, there's all sorts of crazy stories about that in baseball. Here's the throw over to first, and the runner is back in time. Shiny objects, dogs, and fire truck. Yeah. Dude was what are they called in Dungeons and Dragons? Kinderling, something like that. Dude was a real life one in the 1800s. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one is right at the knees on the inside. It's 2-1. Happy Friday to y'all as well, by the way. Here's the 2-1. It's popped up. Right fielder's coming in for it. He's gonna grab it, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits, and they left one man on base. We go top second in Philadelphia. It's no score. 5, 6, 7 spots due up for Boston. Al Reach is going to be the first man to lead things off. He may have been a dog in a trench coat. There's no way to find out now. Three kobolds in a trench coat. Yeah. He could have been like the, exactly. There you go. Right. New inning means new sponsor. Pat Wentz is an awesome Philippine streamer, football manager, F1 manager, Apex Legends. One of the Philippines' best. Give him a follow if you haven't already. The great Pat Wentz will sponsor our second inning here tonight. Why don't they play cards in the jungle? Too many cheetahs? Welcome in, Shawnee. Welcome in. Can I get a bottom? You have a very good sports announcer voice. I'm going to credit the microphone. This is probably the most expensive. I think it's the most expensive microphone somebody can buy. It cost me a pretty penny. But I appreciate that. Thank you, Cody. Bobby Matthews back on the mound. Just 10 pitches for him to get through the first. Here's Al Reach to take the 11th. He checks swings, but it's in there for a called strike anyway. And it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That is popped up. Third baseman's going to come in for it. He's got it, and that's the first out of the inning. Deco, welcome in. Zig's thinking, not that. No. We love you here, Shawnee. It's going to bring up Tommy Beals, the catcher. First pitch to Beals. That is right down Broad Street, and it's 0-1. You didn't see my one when Benny went live. That was the one where you said, I accidentally drank holy water with my laxative. I'm about to start a religious movement. It's very good. Guy's name, I thought for sure that guy's name is Dick Higgum. Yeah, he is the second baseman on the field right now. You know what the funny thing is? I have, I think on the Rockford team, I don't know if I have. So, oh no, I have the Georges. I have George Hall, George Berg, George Wright on Rockford, and Philly has the Dicks, Dickie Pierce, Dick Higgum. I just need to get him. There is a pitcher named Dick as well, I thought. Dick McBride. Yeah, he's my pitcher. I need to trade McBride to Philly so they can have all the Dicks. And Fort Wayne is Dickie Flowers. So I think we need to do some movement in the offseason. So definitely some moves in the offseason. Dickie Thon always made me laugh as a kid. Welcome in, Cellophane. Ah, Zig. God damn it, Zig. Oh, we had Dickie Notes, too. Dickie Knowles. Sorry, not Notes. Nice. Here's Tommy Beal settling in. It can't be, and 1890 was the best. It can't be any worse than what I had yesterday. I believe the clip is still on my story, but I might just for the mean. I have to order off Amazon today whenever I'm done stream, like tonight. And I have a feeling I'm going to order some more soda. Specific soda. Thank you for the follow, Cody Bones. Appreciate you. Welcome in. If you guys were here 2 days ago, you will know exactly what soda I am talking about. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's fouled off down the first base side. It's 0-1. It was a specific brand of soda with probably, yes, with literally the worst name ever. But I want to get some so I can have some more. It was actually good. I don't really like grapefruit. I'm not a grapefruit guy. But it was actually really refreshing. I will say that. I drank the taint. Yes, Zig. Here's the 0-2. Sorry, misclicked on it. That one's off the plate, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That is ripped into center field. Is that going to hold up there for the center fielder? It will. And that's 2 down. Oh, I love that joke too much for it to be a one-and-done stream, Zig. I'm buying a whole damn case of it. That shit's getting delivered, bro. No questions asked. That's going to bring up that's going to bring up Joe Batten, third baseman. First pitch to Batten. That's ripped foul down the third base side. 0-1 to count. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And late on that one is Batten. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Batten. Fouled down the third base side. We go again at 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. The 1-2. Fouled off. And Batten is staying alive in this at-bat. Still 1-2 to him. The 1-2. He's grounded that to third. The throw on to first is in time. And the side is retired. They go 3 up and 3 down in the top of the second. We move to the bottom of the second from the Jefferson Street grounds. Looked like it was going to hit him. It did, yeah. The animations in this game aren't perfect. I'll say that. So sometimes you'll see it like clip through them, but it doesn't hit them. But the animations are very low on the priority in terms of the match engine and everything that Out of the Park does. That and even then, this has come a very long way. So I will say that. So long as it's simulating the stats, it's basically, yeah, pretty much. That's exactly right. I like it a little bit more than Franchise Hockey Manager, because Franchise Hockey Manager is the ice hockey version of this game, same exact developer. But the Franchise Hockey Manager is literally the dots going across the ice, and the movement isn't fluid. It's literally like very rigid movements like this. Like they go up and down the ice like this. They don't swerve in and out as much like modern hockey. And it's a lot kind of harder to get that realism feel because you don't see the players. It's literally just the dots. So, which is kind of why I really like Franchise Hockey Manager. Yeah, luckily baseball is something with more linear movement. That's true. That's very true, actually. That's a fair point to make. But I do like Franchise Hockey Manager. We'll eventually get back to it. But it's one of those things where like it's hard for me to keep an interest in that a little more because it's more stripped out than Out of the Park is. So, and they've only made 12 editions of Franchise Hockey Manager, whereas this is the 27th for Out of the Park. So like the development state, they're at completely different development stages. You know what I mean? So I'm like, Franchise Hockey Manager will become exactly what this game is and how great this game is as well. I just think it might be a little bit early days. It's a little bit too early for me to keep an interest as much in it as Out of the Park, I think, right now. So that's all. All right. We go to the bottom of the second from the Jefferson Street grounds. No score. As always, in the middle innings, we take the full 3-minute ad break so I can get up and stretch my legs. We're going to do that now. We'll be back with more in 3 minutes' time. We welcome you all back. Bottom second. I know so little about hockey, despite Dad having played it when he was younger, and I personally know the announcer for the Caps. We had that conversation on your stream before, actually. I remember that one. Right, one thing we're going to do is shuffle the deck. We've not done that so far. Here we go. And the deck is shuffled for today's stream. Right. Where the hell the pen? Oh, the pencil fell. Bottom second here in Philadelphia. Dickie Pierce is set to lead things off. 5, 6, 7 spot for Philly. And we are ready with the first pitch here in the bottom second. And this is grounded back up to short. The throw on to first is not on target. So E6 is what the scoring decision is. Shortstop Warren White getting credited with the error. Second error of the game for Boston. And we have a leadoff runner aboard for the very first time. That'll bring up Dick Higham. First pitch to Higham. That's high and in, ball one. Here's the 1-0. Grounded over to first, and that is fumbled by the first baseman. Back-to-back errors to start the inning. First baseman Bub McAtee credited with the error. The third error for Boston already. And there's 2-1 with nobody out. That'll bring up Charlie Bierman. First pitch to Bierman. That's high. 1-0. Here's the 1-0. That's going to get by the catcher. Going to third is Pierce. Going to second is Higham. It's a passed ball. And now there's two runners in scoring position and nobody out. Here's the 2-0. Grounded over to second. It's an error on the second baseman. The runners don't move. Second baseman Tom Carey gets credited with the error. Fourth now for Boston. And the bases are loaded with nobody out for Neely Phelps. First pitch to Phelps. High, ball one. Philadelphia's loaded the bases without getting a hit. Here's the 1-0. And that one is just going to drop into the strike zone at the lettering, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Fouled off, 1-2. I just got a note. I just got a snap reminder. And I'm like, I didn't snap today. I did not snap today at all. No, I don't want a flashback. I want a fucking snap. I don't know why I still use this damn app. I know White. Sure, I know White. I know why. Sure, Thanos? Okay. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Neely Phelps. That's going to get by the catcher. Coming in to score is Dickie Pierce. And going to third is Dick Higham. Going to second is Charlie Bierman. Philadelphia have taken the lead. It's 1-0. Nice. I sent a snap to Vincent, and I sent the snap, right? And it's me holding the mic, and I said, mic'd up. And Vincent sent me one back of him in front of his mic, and he said, same. I was like, nice. Nice. We fucking love Vincent. Right. Vincent's one of my longtime former co-commentators in Counter-Strike. We did very well. We were a really good duo. And then I grew sick of CS. But he's going on to some great things in CS. He's really had to grind it, though. It's taken him like 6 years to get not even like huge tier 1 opportunities, but he's getting tier 2 opportunities now. Like tier 2 Counter-Strike, 2nd Division Counter-Strike, he's starting to get hired for those events. Which I'm like, that's great, but it's taken him 6 years to get there, and I just didn't have patience for that shit. Especially someone who basically only solely did the women's game. Like, I was mainly just a women's Counter-Strike commentator. Yeah. It was a very small level. Because the top level stuff at right place, right time. It's not just that, but a lot of people will disagree with this. It is very much an old boys club. Very much an old boys club. There are some commentators who have come in that are newer in the last 3 years in CS who are very good, who deserve those spots in the top level stuff, absolutely. But for the longest time, you had a lot of really rotten characters. We're talking rotten people taking top level jobs. And they would do it because they would just pump out content left, right, and center. And a lot of the people who, there were other, like, they just, a lot of people looked out for each other in CS, which is great, but, like, it creates a very old boys club atmosphere. And that's kind of very much how it was. So, going to be lurking while I run an errand for my job. Sounds good, Cody. Thank you for the lurk. Take care, man. I mean, there were some really great commentators and really great people who weren't, like, they were pure freelance. They didn't, like, try to do the politicizing in CS, and they very much started to see their opportunities dry up, and they started to get like tier 2 opportunities offered to them instead of the tier 1s they were doing. So I wanted that in PUBG, and they said they wanted more experience. They went with a person who failed at 2 seconds. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I was maybe never good enough to do a tier 1. I'm not saying I ever was, but I mean, there was a point, Zeke, where I spent maybe 2 years watching every region in the world and getting to really know the teams inside and out and, like, the scene. And instead, I was watching broadcasts at home, listening to people be like, I don't know a lot about this team. And it's like, their matches are public. You can go watch. They're just not on ESCA. They're on, like, Gamers Club, or they're on, like, a Chinese website. Like, there used to be a Chinese website that I would go to, purely Chinese, not a word of English on it, but they would every once in a while hold what they called goddess tournaments, and it was pure Chinese tournaments. Like, it was all Chinese teams. All the goddess tournaments were all women, all Chinese. And so you would get these teams that come out of Asia, this one or two, like one team that would come out of Asia and, you know, make the world finals. And a lot of people would be like, we don't have a lot of data on them. And I'm like, if you go to this Chinese website, you can watch all the VODs, you know, and you can see exactly how they play. And you know exactly what maps they play and how they set up their CT sides and how they do, you know what I mean? And it's like, no one's willing to actually put the legwork in to do that, you know? And stay on top of that, and I'm like, that's what bugged me. That's what always bugged me, is that, like, a lot of the people doing the legwork wouldn't, or a lot of people, like, you know what I mean? It was just like, I mean, there's some great commentators as well, but then you would have people who would do, like, they did a CS major, and, like, that's great. They're top tier, literally one of the best. They have some of the greatest calls in Counter-Strike. But they would get hired to do the women's event, and I'm like, they don't have any knowledge of these teams. And, like, they can do the research, sure, but I would rather take somebody who's been covering these teams for 12 months in the lead up to this event, because they have at least got their hands in the dirt, in the mud, you know, watching this scene unfold, and they know all of the lead up to this tournament than just somebody who got hired for the event because he's a big name. You know what I mean? So, but that was never the direction. So, and I had problems. I don't know if I ever really even wanted to work with ESL, the main tournament, because they got bought out by the Saudis, and they were very much like, if you were anti-Saudi, they very much tried to sweep all of that under the rug. And it's just like, you can't try to hold a women's event in Riyadh and then tell the trans people it's up to you if you want to go, if you feel safe enough to going to Riyadh. Like, you can't do that. That's not acceptable. Do you know what I mean? So, I wanted that, but I read that. Sorry, rather be a good person and get tier 2 than be a twit. I agree. Thankfully, the people that were like that, Bubba, not the good ones. They're actually no longer in the scene finally now, but they held on for like 6-7 years. So. That was kind of the annoying part about it. Right. Philly have scored. They take the lead. This is the 2-2 pitch to Neely Phelps. That's lined into left, foul. Still 2-2. So I guess that's the silver lining, is I never got put in a predicament where I got offered a job that could have been a huge breakthrough as a commentator, but I would have had to work with a company that engaged in sports washing. You know what I mean? And it's like, at least I never got to the point where I grew, I grew big enough I got put in that predicament. I guess that's kind of the silver lining to when I retired. But yeah, CS, there's a lot of politics, and I've talked about the undercutting, like even just the daily games, like doing a tier 3 game. And getting an organization reaching out to you and being like, "What's your rate?" And I'd be like, "I do $25 a map." And they'll be like, "Great, we want to hire you." And then you do all your research for like an hour or two before the game, because they don't ever hire you more than like 2 or 3 hours prior to game time. And you do all your research, and 5 minutes before, you say, "We don't need you anymore. We're so sorry." And you're like, "Okay, fine." And then you turn around and their game's being broadcasted by somebody else, and you know that person offered to do it for $15, and that's why you're not doing the game. And you just spent an hour or two doing all your research in the lead up to the game, and it's all out the window because somebody's come in and undercut you by $10. And it's like that. I'm so glad that was the part. That still goes on to this day, and that's why I'm glad to not be a part of that. The 2-2. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. 1 away. Sometimes other commentators would do that on purpose, knowing they could get the game. And sometimes it's just somebody who wanted experience, who never did a game. Or like they were just starting out, so their rate is genuinely $15 because they don't have the experience and quality, and genuinely that's what that cost. Like my rate when I started out was $15 a map. That's what I got paid for my first gig because I was just starting out. But it's very hard to fight that once you get 5 years into it, 4 or 5 years into it, and you're like, you value your time a little bit more, you value your experience a little bit more. It's like the story of the napkin. I can't remember the artist. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this story. No, not really. Not really, Bubba. I do Unreal Tournament because that's my favorite game. My favorite game of all time is Unreal Tournament 2004. So I still do the Unreal Tournament stuff because that's my favorite game and I love it. But would I ever go back to like Counter-Strike? Would I go to Rocket League? Would I go to League of Legends? I would never work with Riot Games. But would I work with would I go to Counter-Strike or Rocket League or anything like that? No. If Sports Interactive called and they were running an event, I would think about it for FM. If Out of the Park ever ran a multiplayer event like that, they needed a comment, I would definitely keep it open. I would definitely be interested. But No, I wouldn't touch Activision Blizzard with a 10-foot pole. To be fair, Riot and Activision are two companies I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. But I'm not interested in any Riot game. I'm not interested in Blizzard. Like, I don't play Overwatch. I don't care for Marvel Rivals. I don't know if that's even Activision. I don't really care for Diablo 4. Like, those, I don't even care for those kind of games. So I couldn't commentate a game I don't care about. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of. I would feel too disingenuous doing that. So Bobby Matthews settles in. Here's the first pitch. You definitely need some passion to do it. Check swing. They're going to ask first base. He did not go. Oh, 1-0 the count. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's inside, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. At the knees, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is popped up in the infield. And catcher will have it. 2 down. Runners do not move. We go back to the top of the order and John Hatfield. He flied out to right his first at bat. First pitch to Hatfield. That's at the knees, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's fouled off. 0-2 now. I mean, I feel bad for the players in CS, especially coming from the women's Counter-Strike scene. I feel really bad for them because they basically only had the ESL tournaments. They were like the only real global events, right? And when they started the first year, they were brilliant because they had a team from South Africa qualify because they ran a qualifier there. They had a team from Australia or ANZ qualify because they had a team from Australia / New Zealand they ran a qualifier there. They had an Asia Pacific qualifier. They had 2 European teams, 2 South American teams, 2 North American teams, and it really felt like a world finals. But then after season 2, they cut the South African League. They cut the Australia-New Zealand League. After season 4, they cut the Asia Pacific League. And it was just Europe, North America, South America. And a lot of those infrastructures that was building in like South America to support women's esports, once they took that opportunity away, it just collapsed. And then after year 4 and 8 seasons, the ESL project ended. And they just cut the women's tournament, the women's circuit altogether. So now there's really no genuine, consistent women's Counter-Strike tournaments. And it's like all these women that were coming into the game because this circuit had started up, who started playing the game, who felt like they might be able to make a career out of esports, they got thrown out with the bathwater, you know? And a lot of them had to quit CS to go work full-time, you know, or go to school full-time or something because the opportunity dried up. So that's kind of the unfortunate thing for it. Because once the esports organizations that actually hired a female team were told that there was going to be no circuit for them to even compete in to try and recoup some of the money and like sustain themselves as a profitable team, then they cut the teams. And then all of a sudden these salaried players got thrown out, you know, and their salary was gone. And it's like, you're not doing anybody a service. No. Here's the 0-2. That's foul down the third base side. Here's the 0-2 again. That's off the plate. It gets by the catcher. Coming in to score is Dick Higgham. 2-0 Philadelphia. Going to third is Bierman. It's another pass ball. Philly has scored 2 runs. They've not even had a hit yet in this game. Here's the 1-2. Grounded to second. The throw on to first is in time, and the side is retired. No, 2 runs on not a single hit, and they left 1 man on base. We go to the top of the third. 2-0 Philadelphia. It'll be the 8-9-1 spots due up for Boston. Tom Patterson will get things started. But first, new ending means new sponsor. Skull is an awesome Irish streamer. Last playing Mecha Chameleon with friends, but he does a bit of Fall Guys. He does a bit of Rocket League. He does a bit of Football Manager as well. Give him a follow if you've not already. Skull is our sponsor for the third inning here today. Top third. Tom Patterson, the center fielder, set to lead things off. First pitch, he's taking that right down Broad Street. 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Lined right at the third baseman. He's dropped it. The third baseman has dropped it. It's an error on the third baseman, E5. That's third baseman Ed Pinkham getting credited with the error. Philadelphia's first error of the afternoon. And it's Boston with the leadoff runner aboard now. That's going to bring Obasa Bernard, the pitcher. He's going to lay a bunt down back to the mound. The throw over to first is in time, and they advance the runner. So sack bunt 1-3, and Patterson gets to second with 1 out. We go back to the top of the order, and Bub McAtee, he grounded out his first at bat. First pitch to McAtee is fouled, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Lined into left. Left fielder's back there. He's got it in deep left. That's 2 away. Patterson did not tag up on the play. He's still at second. Warren White will settle in then. White flat out to right his last at bat. First pitch to White. That's taken on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Off the plate, 1-1. The 1-1 is grounded over to third. No play. No play at first. It's an infield single. Patterson will sweep in behind Ed Pinkham, and he will get third base. Runners on the corners with 2 down for Tom Carey. Carey singled his last at bat. First pitch to Carey is taken. I think that's in. It's in there. 0-1. Here's the 0-1. That's fouled off. 0-2. Here's the throw over to first, and the runner is back safely. 0-2 is grounded over to short. The throw on to first is in time, and the side is retired. No runs on 1 hit, and they left 2 men on base. We go bottom third in Philadelphia, and the Athletics have a 2-0 advantage. It'll be the 2, 3, 4 spots due up for the Athletics. Scott Hastings will be the first man up. We are going to take ourselves a 3-minute ad break. We'll be back with more in 3 minutes' time. We welcome you back. Bottom third in Philadelphia. And we settle onto the mound. Or I should say Bobby Matthews settles back onto the... No, it's Asa Bernard that settles back on the mound. Benny. How are you? How are you, Peaceful Matty B? I'm good, man. How are you? Getting ready for the World Cup games. They're coming on soon. 40 minutes away. Norway, France, or Senegal, Iraq? I think you got to watch. Everyone's going to watch Norway, France, and Mbappe, Holland. I get it. But literally both of those teams are already through, I think, right? So Senegal, Iraq actually has way more weight on it, right? Like, I think France has got, what, 4 points? And Norway's got 6, right? And Senegal has... no, they both have 6 points. They both have 6 points. Yeah, literally the only game worth watching. Like, Senegal or Iraq is what's worth watching. Tuna came out, just flew and saw you lurking while I entertain the next couple days. Sounds good, Peaceful Matty B. Enjoy time with your aunt, my man. Yeah. Iran, Egypt would be... Oh, my God. If Iran beats Egypt, okay, and New Zealand upsets Belgium, I'm going to win the bet with Scheme. If Iran does anything but win, I'm going to lose the bet. And if Belgium wins, if Belgium wins, if Iran wins and Belgium wins, I actually probably still win the bet. So I need either Iran to win. I need Iran to win. That's essentially it. Iran has to win. If Iran wins, they top the group, and I win the bet with Scheme. And if they don't, then I owe Scheme $25. It's gonna. My eyes are gonna be glued to that game. And then Spain, Uruguay, Cabo Verde. God, I would. I think. Cabo Verde has Saudi Arabia. That's winnable for them. They can win that game. Cabo Verde can win that game. That's totally winnable for them. Right. Here's Hastings. Settling in. Bernard on the mound. We're ready. First pitch. Grounded foul down the third base side. 0-1. Here's the 0-1. That's off the plate. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. That's 2-2. The 2-2. That's below the knees, 3-2. Full count. Here's the payoff pitch. Popped up back into the seats. We do it again. The 3-2. Lined right at the shortstop. He's got it. 1 away. That's going to bring up Ed Pinkham. First pitch to Pinkham. I need a cup of coffee. High and away, 1-0. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed. 1-1. The 1-1. Off the plate away, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Lined into left, but it drifts foul. 2-2 to count. The 2-2. Grounded back to the mound. The throw over to first is in time. 2 away. That brings up Tom York. He popped out to third base his last at bat. First pitch to Tom York. And York fanned at that one. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's high. 1-1. The 1-1. Grounded over to second. The throw on to first is in time. And the side is retired. They go 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the third. We move to the top of the fourth. Philadelphia holding on to a 2-0 lead. It'll be the middle of the order, 2 up. Andy Leonard will be the first man up. But first, new inning, new sponsor. Aldi is an amazing Albanian football manager streamer. Also occasionally does Fall Guys himself. Give him a follow if you haven't already. The great Aldi will sponsor our 4th inning here today. Here's left fielder Andy Leonard. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out. First pitch, ripped into left, foul. Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed on a pitch way inside, 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Lined into center, base hit. And the leadoff man is aboard for Boston. Just the second hit of the game for the Red Stockings. No, the third hit of the game for the Red Stockings. And that brings up Al Reach. He popped out the third base his last at bat. First pitch is taken high, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Bunted back to the mound. The throw over to first is in time. And Reach on the sacrifice bunt will advance Leonard to second. That'll bring up Tommy Beals. He flat out the center his first at bat. First pitch is taken right on the inside corner for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Offered at that one and missed it, 0-2. The 0-2 to Beals. Fouled off, still 0-2. The 0-2. Fouled off, still 0-2 now. The 0-2. High and in, 1-2. The 1-2 is going to miss outside, 2-2. The 2-2 just a bit outside. Tried to corner and missed it, 3-2. The full count pitch. Walked him, ball 4. That'll bring up Joe Batten. He grounded out his first at bat. First pitch to Batten, and he's flied that out into right center field. Center fielder cannot stop it, cannot cut it off. The throw coming in. Is he going to third? He is. The throw to third, not in time, and it's a 2 RBI triple for Joe Batten. Scoring from second is Leonard. Scoring all the way from first is Tommy Beals. And this game is tied. Here's Tom Patterson. He reached via an error his last at bat. First pitch to Patterson with a runner on third. That's going to get by the catcher. And Batten comes in. He is safe at home. And it's a wild pitch. Boston take the lead. It's 3-2. Here's the 1-0 to Matthews. Check swing. They asked third base. He did not go. 2-0. The 2-0. Popped it up in foul territory. Third baseman's there. He's got it. 2 down. That'll bring up Asa Bernard. He had a sacrifice bunt his first at bat. First pitch to Bernard. He's popped that up right at the first baseman. He's got it, and the side is retired. 3 runs on 2 hits, and no men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th here in Philadelphia. Boston's taking the lead. It's 3-2. It'll be the 5, 6, 7 spots, 2 up for Philadelphia. Dickie Pierce will be the first man up. We are going to take ourselves a 3-minute ad break. We'll be back with more in 3 minutes' time. All right, we are back. Bottom fourth here in Philadelphia. It's a 1-1 game. Welcome in, Viva. Viva la Corona. How are you? How you doing, Viva? Good to see you, man. Stay cool over there, please. I know it's genuinely a little bit on the warmer side, man. 3 young boys from Bodo Glimt starting in the World Cup. One of them captain. Let's fucking go. You got to be insanely proud. You know what? I was gonna watch Senegal Iraq because that game actually has something on the line in it. But just because of the Bodo Glimt starters, I think I'm going to put on France Norway. 12 degrees. Think I'm Gucci? Fair enough, man. Fair enough. You got to do the clapping emoji in chat because if you do that, then I can go, whoo. Come on. You know what, Viva, just for you, Viva. Hold on 1 second. Don't go anywhere, please. There we go. There we go. I hope the French national anthem is blowing in a few seconds. Nice. How you doing, David? I hope you're cool. I hope you're staying cool as well. There we go. Good to see you, David. Good to see you, Viva. I'm not cool. Yeah, I know it's hot there. It's 93. So what is that, like 32? 32. About 32, right? So 33. I was pretty damn close. Yeah. Right. Here's Asa Bernard. Well, it was earlier. Yeah, but even then, like, it's not probably cooled down that much. There's Dickie Pierce in the batter's box. He's going to get things let off here. First pitch. Grounded over to first, and it's an error on the first baseman. McAtee's 10th error of the season. Pierce goes to first. McAtee gets his 2nd error of the game, the 5th for Boston. And Philadelphia has the leadoff runner aboard. I'm trying to keep this on will be a little bit of a challenge because this material on the shirt, it just wants to slide. Here's Dick Higgum settling in. He reached via an error his last at bat. First pitch to Higgum. And Higgum's line out in the left center field. That's going to go to the wall. One hop into the wall. The throw coming into second. Higgum's got a double. Stopping at third base will be Pierce. And it's 2 runners in scoring position. And nobody out. Did you ever fire up PGA 2K21 to play my course? No, but I will tell you what. I'm going to write it down and make a note right now. Because I have 2K25 reinstalled, and I will have to reinstall 21. But I am off, Kava, all day tomorrow. Yes, I do remember talking on your stream about that. Yeah. But I am off all day tomorrow and all day Sunday. I'm not streaming either day. So I will make a note to give it a play tomorrow or Sunday. And I know you're going to be live, I think, probably at least Sunday. So I'll talk to you about it on Sunday after playing it. So, what do you mean 3? I think it's only Bjorken. Sup? What's up, Steel Zeno? Welcome in. Have you been watching the World Cup? Yes, I have. I got it on right now. We're getting ready for France, Norway. Patrick Berg and Sheldrup, I think is how you say it. Sheldrup. So, no, he's in the U.S. about to play a saga. Schedule. No, not schedule. Skelde is in Bodo? No. He's about to. I get it. South Korea. All right. We don't have to put it that way. We could phrase that a little bit better, please. But it's unfortunate, yes. In fact, we're just gonna remove that real quick. Okay. Sorry, fam. They got caught. That's fair. That's fair. I think they're still going to be through. No, that's not. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I'm going to allow it. I think you're right though. They did get caught off guard. I still think they're going to advance as a third place team, but I think they're going to be like the last one in. You know what I mean? Here's Charlie Bierman. He reached for an error his last at bat. First pitch. High 1-0. Here's the 1-0. That's flat out deep into right. This should be enough to get the runner in. Caught by the right fielder. Does it. I don't think he tagged. He did not tag. Neely Phelps settles in now. He struck out swinging his last at bat. I can't be too helpful. It can't be too helpful. I think South Africa's manager or coach had a really lucky read on the starting spot. Fair enough. That's fair. I just, you know, it's disappointing to see them play Mexico so tough and play against Czechia so well, and then completely come out and fall apart. You know what I mean? So. Here's the first pitch to Phelps. It is what it is, yeah. I still think they get into the knockouts, but depending on their draw, like they could be one and done in the knockouts. It's football, it's brutal. That is true. It's a big win for South Africa, though. They're through. I mean, I would have thought after that first game and after the Czechia game that they were going to finish bottom of the group. So. We know that EBC has at least 2 Twitch accounts. Welcome in, EBC. That's funny. That's funny. Here's the 1-0 to Phelps. And that's taken right on the inside corner, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. High, 2-1. I'm going to snip that and save it. I'm going to put that in Benny's notes. I also can delete the thing from 2 days ago in Benny's notes. At this rate, I'm just going to drape the flag over the back of the chair because it keeps slipping off the jersey because of the material in the shirt. I needed a little bit of a longer break. Hold on. I needed a little bit of a longer break because I went out to, well, first off, I snuck out with the intention of having a chocolate hobnob, which I did. Which is why I needed the the drink there, because a piece of the oat from the hobnob just tried to lodge itself free in my throat. But I had to. My dad was ordering off Amazon, and he was like, "You know, what did you want? Just tack it on as a group order." And I'm like, "All right." In my opinion, I'm on the side of the fence where if I'm the Korean manager, I just play Son in the game at all times, and Son on the left somewhere instead too, and force duels and diagonal runs. Yeah, he's basically the heart of this year's Korea team. That is true. I don't know if he gives you all 90 though. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if it's, especially in this heat, I don't know if he gives you all 90. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and missed, 2-2. Not home. Here's the 2-2. High and inside, 3-2. Here's the 3-2. Popped up right at the shortstop. He's got it, 2 down. That brings up Bobby Matthews, the pitcher. Matthews popped up to the catcher his last at bat. First pitch. Way off the plate. He gets by the catcher. Coming home. The throw home is not in time. And Pierce has scored on the pass ball. Going to third is Hagum. The game is tied yet again. BRB crying. Okay. Here's the 1-0 to Matthews. Grounded over to first. Pitcher comes over. They make the play, and the side is retired. 1 run on 1 hit, and they left 1 man on base. We go top 5th here in Philadelphia. It's a 3-3 ball game. Top of the order due up for the Red Stockings. Bub McAtee will lead things off. But first, new inning, new sponsor. Erelax is an awesome British streamer. Escape from Tarkov, the Final Fantasy remake, some Football Manager. Go give him a follow if you haven't already. The great Erelax will sponsor our 5th inning here tonight. Bub McAtee settling in. First pitch to start the 5th. And that's ripped into center field, but high enough, and it holds up there enough for the center fielder to get under it. That's one away. That's going to bring up Warren White, the shortstop. He's 1 for 2. First pitch to White. Taken on the outside part of the plate for a called strike. It's 0-1. You should go be part of things in Ulival. Here's the 0-1. High and away, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. That's popped up right at the pitcher's mound, and the pitcher will just grab it. 2 down. The teams are out at Gillette Stadium. In Foxborough. That'll bring up Tom Carey. He's 1 for 2 so far today. First pitch to Carey, and he's taking that high, 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Pop that one up. First baseman's over there. He's got it, and the side is retired. They go 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 5th. We're going to move to the bottom of the 5th. It's a tie game at 3. Top of the order due up for Philadelphia. It'll be John Hatfield getting things led off. We're going to take a 3-minute ad break. We will be back with more in 3 minutes' time. Welcome back. Bottom fifth here in Philadelphia. What could possibly go wrong? Ay, ay, ay. Tie game. Big game in the American League this. Philadelphia can basically stay in the pennant race if they win this. They will be 3 games back if they do. They'll pull Boston a game back of Cleveland. Boston can rejoin Cleveland at the top of the American League. If they win this game, they'll push Philadelphia 4 games back if they do. It would be just their 2nd win in 7 if Boston do pick this up. It's going to be John Hatfield leading things off. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Hatfield incoming. High, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Check swing. They asked third base. He did not go. And it's 2-0. 2-0. What are they doing? Can I just ask, because I don't have any context. What are they doing the moment of silence for? Oh, is it the earthquake victims in Venezuela? Finally home. Welcome back, Cody. The earthquake victims in Venezuela. That's nice. I actually had there was an artist I was working with who's based out of there. And I just whatchamacallit, he just got back to me like last night and was like, hey, we had an earthquake. And I was like, oh yeah, you had 2 of them. And he just got power restored. He said his family's okay. He's okay. I'm like, good. That's good news. But I asked him, I'm like, what about your friends and your extended family? Like, can you at least let me know? So I'm waiting to hear back from him. But, yeah. I can't imagine, man. Oh, yeah. Casey was affected by the earthquake, too, but she managed to get my work in progress up. Which one's Casey? Because I think I might know who you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure. You can link them if you have a link. Just make sure it's a full URL and not a shortened link. That's all we ask. But yeah. Yeah. I told her not to worry about it, but she's so dedicated. That's crazy that she would work like there. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. Here's the 2-0. Swung on a miss. That's 2-1. Yeah. The artist I was working with was one called Sylv, and yeah, they were like, yeah, we had an earthquake, and I was like, oh my God, please stay safe. But he reported back to me that everything on his end is good with his immediate family and himself. So I'm like, okay. Here's the 2-1. That's off the plate. 3-1. Slightly NSFW. I'm sorry for my report. It's fine. You know what's crazy? I just followed them today. I literally just followed them today because of the post, the most recent post. The what's FGO called again? Fake granddaughter, the fake granddaughter post. So. And you don't have to be sorry for your proportions. Have you seen my OC, Cody? Have you seen my OC, Cody? Granted, I have not been able to get her pictured accurately. But if you go, I saw some of you, if you go to that website, it actually has her, like it has her measurements and everything on it. Like height and everything on it. I just haven't been able to get, I mean, I've had like a few artists who have been able to do it. Gemini, Distastic, Gemini Lunaticus, Distastic, but not a lot do. Yeah, Passion Lip is a favorite. Yeah. I don't know anything about Fate Grand. I've only seen Stay Night. That's as far as I've dove into the Fate series. And Fate Stay Night was very good. I think Amma would be great for draw. Who's Amma? Like Amadeus 46? Because I have actually had Amadeus 46 draw her twice. So here's the 3-1. That's ripped foul into the seats, 3-2. I have lots of friends who love Fate. You want to see it real quick? Hold on, Cody. Hold the phone, because I just posted this in a Discord the other day. So I can get you like you know how like if you open a Discord image, you get the actual link to the attachment, and it's not like an invite link. It'll just send you the link to the attachment itself. I might have actually been in Gem's Discord that I did that. So hold on. I think yesterday was the second one. Yes. Here we go. Let me scroll up to the day prior. So, you know what was really nice about Amadeus really quickly, which I loved? I commissioned Amadeus before I had the skin tone finalized, right? And he's a close friend of mine. I didn't know that. Nice. So I had Amadeus do it before I actually had like the color palette for her skin finalized. And then when I went to commission her again, or Amadeus again, he was like, I'll update the skin on the first one for free. So that's the first one that he touched up with the correct skin tone, or with the finalized skin tone. Very good piece. Really good piece. Just looks so good in that piece. And then that's the second one that they did for me. But yeah, really solid artist too. Very good artist. Like I would 100% go back to them for a third piece. I wouldn't put it in the time in and out. It would have to be a different. Like I have the probably Football Manager, so I can actually use it on great save. So I can actually use it in the game. But yeah. Here's the full count pitch. Swung on and missed. And Hatfield has struck out, one away. Gonna have him draw me as Elfet very soon if I can. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Amadeus is great. I love Amadeus. It's going to bring up Scott Hastings, the catcher. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Hastings. So that's fouled off, 0-1. My best pieces have come from Nono Katyan, Amadeus, Gemini Lunarius, Mango Arts. Mango Arts is fucking incredible. I love Mango. I like Mango is. I love Boop Dow Snoot's really good. I love Boop. I think I've calmed Boop 4 or 5 times. I've calmed Mango, I think, 4 or 5 times. I've calmed Gem twice. I've calmed Amadeus twice. No Katyan I've only calmed once, but it was a YCH, and like it just blew me away. Blew me away how good No Katyan's was. Alley Cat I did as well. She was incredible. I just got, literally while we're live, I haven't saved them yet, but I just got the finalized pieces from Kyosu, what's her name? Hold on. I'm going to get this right. Kyosu, I'm in streamer mode. God damn it. Kyosumari. I actually really like Kyosumari because, first off, she's great. We've had a whole amazing conversation about art, not even just about the comm that I commed her for, but just about art in general. Here's the 0-1. That's ripped fair down the third base side. Throw from deep third. They got him. Great play by the third baseman. to stop that, get that over. France leads 7 minutes in. But so Kyosumari and I, like, we just talked for a long time, which was really great. But wild throw speed. That was from deep third too. Yeah, that's a very good play. And this is back in the era. You got to remember, this is before gloves were made. All of this is barehanded, which is why there's so many errors in the game. There's 6 errors in the game. But the nice thing, thank you for the lurk, Thomas. The nice thing I love about Kyosumari is I reached out to Kyosumari, right? And she's like, yeah, my comms are open. And I'm like, great, I want to wait till Friday till I get paid. So she said, okay. I totally freaking forgot about it that Friday. And I reached out to her the following Friday, and I'm like, shit, this got buried in my Discord DMs because at the time you couldn't pin them. And I was like, are you still open? And she's like, my wait list is, I'll put you on the wait list. I said, great, yeah, absolutely. And she goes, send me the details for your OC. So I sent her my OC. And she goes, oh my God, she's so gorgeous. I'm not waitlisting her. I'm going to take the commission on. And I'm like, bless. And yeah. I just got it finalized today. I'm so happy with it. Discord before the DM pinning was rough. That's awesome. Yeah. The era of people learning hand bones can be broken. Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah, she's awesome. I love Kyosumari. And Pinkham will settle in. He's over 2. First pitch to Pinkham. Tie game here in the bottom 5th. Nobody on with 2 out. That's inside. Ball 1. Let's Ian on the 30-stream watch streak. Ian, that is going to qualify you, sir, for a poker chip. Where are you, Ian, on this list of all the people who have a poker chip? There you are. 6 white. You are up to 7 white chips and 1 blue chip. This was also before it was illegal to fucking tackle other players, right? That's a question I actually don't know the answer to, but that might be, yes. Ian, Smokaya. Okay, so you guys are literally 1 for 1 right next to each other. There you are, Ian. 7 white, 1 blue. Again, for more information on what the poker chips signify, exclamation point chip. Sports back in the day was basically just military training with spectators. It sounds so scary. That's probably the best thing I've ever heard about sports back in the 1800s. That's hilarious. This Mbappe guy is a slice of very decent. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Pinkham. That's on the outside corner, 101. Here's the 1-1. High, 2-1. The other artist, by the way, Cody, I really want to calm again, but God, it's going to take a lot, is Ultra Banu. I got Ultra Banu to do an initial outfit design for me, and he knocked it out of the park. Like, the quality is insane. But that commission is also probably the most expensive one. So, but I mean, I love it. Absolutely love it. Here's the 2-1. He's fouled that off. It's 2-2. I want to see. I'll have to upload it directly to your Discord. I'm going to go in there right now to do it. OC stuff. Continue. I hope you're ready. I'm going to post. I'm going to do what I do with about 6 other Discords now. And I'm going to post 1 picture a day of my OC And nothing on Sundays. No pictures on Sundays. But I'm going to do, where the hell is this piece? It was one of my earliest comms. I just tagged you in it. Oh, yeah, that's what I want to hear. Nice. Here's the 2-2 pitch. High and inside, 3-2. That's the, yeah, I was right. You want to know what the crazy thing is about that? Oh, shit. Oh, that was almost 2-0 France. I sent that to Ultra Banu, and I sent him like little snips of like 12 outfits. And I'm like, I want this part from this outfit, this part from this outfit, this part from this outfit. And he came up with that initial design. He sent me the sketch, and he says, what do you want to change? Let me know if you want to change anything. And I said, the only thing I want to change is where the parts where like the belts connect, like where the metal connects, they were circular. I'm like, if you just change those connecting parts to little heart shapes, that's the only thing I want to change. Everything else is literally perfect. And she and I work closely on I mean, I don't count the Twitch assets as like, I did commission for Twitch assets, Cody, and those assets are going to have my OC in them, but like, I don't count that as like an art com. Do you know what I mean? Because like the Twitch assets I'm getting done, they're by far and away going to be the most expensive thing. But like, they're not like just an illustration, you know what I mean? So, but that was my most expensive one, the Ultra Mini one. Right. Here's the I might take an early bedtime if this continues to watch Cape Verde qualify. Yeah, I think they can do it. I think Cape Verde can do it. Here's the 3-2 pitch. I'd like to see him do it, that's for sure. Off the plate, ball 4, and Ed Pinkham has walked. That degree of specificity is ideal for most artists. I worked with Star and a couple other artists for a year and a half doing that and more to refine my current design and outfit. I don't know, because I used to send artists every illustration that I had done of her, and they were like, this is hard, this is too hard. And they told me, like, that's when Gemini told me, like, you should just get a character sheet done. And I'm like, okay, so I did, and now I just send them the character sheet. And that seems to work a lot better, is them just having the one reference. But I don't know. I mean, I had such specific, like, literally snipped every part of the outfit I wanted and was like, it has to look like this, it has to look like that. Yeah, the ref sheet is great. I meant with that outfit stuff, grabbing the exact snips from like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fair, yeah. That's fair. Tom York settles in. York 0 for 2 so far. Runner on first 2 down. York has popped that up. Third baseman's coming in for it. He's going to grab it, and that's going to retire the side. No runs, no hits, and they leave one man on base. We go top 6 here in Philadelphia. It's still a tie game. Be the middle of the order, due up. Andy Leonard is going to lead things off for Boston. But first, new inning, new sponsor. Raz DeBeer is an awesome football manager streamer. He's got a great network save with Portsmouth men after he dominated the world with Portsmouth women, winning everything there is to win. He's also part of the network save with Blue IT Gaming on the weekends. He's also the mastermind behind the World Cup network save we played 2 nights ago. Give him a follow if you haven't already. The great Raz DeBeer will sponsor our 6th inning here tonight. Andy Leonard settling in. Bobby Matthews back on the mound. And here we go with the first pitch. That's lined right. That's into left field. Base hit. And it's an error on the outfielder. So it's an E7. Left fielder John Hatfield making a fielding error. It is credited as a single with a fielding error that allows Leonard to go to second. I'm friends with someone who is becoming a fashion designer. She helped me look through a bunch of catalogs and styles, helped me piece something together before having an artist make an early draft of the combined ideas before start. And I tweaked everything and added more bits and bobs. See, that's nice. That's nice. I just got another initial outfit design done. And honestly, I did the same thing. But this one was done by Hydra, who's like they're a really good artist, but they're on 2 servers. Like, we're on 2 mutual Discords, and that's where I know them from. And I just reached out because I like their art style, and I'm like, can I comm you for like an initial outfit design? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, cool. And he just delivered that to me last night. And I did the same thing. I had like a snip of like the top looks like this, the middle like or the lower torso looks like this, the pelvic area looks like this, the legs look like this, the arms look like this, like just cutting it down into each section, and then he was able to just throw it all together, and it was phenomenal. Having multiple stages of the design was extremely satisfying. I still have most of the whip assets. They're fine. They're fine. Al Reach is the next man up. Reach is 0 for 1. There's one. I need to get like 2. The problem I have is I keep I wake up with all these ideas for like a comic or an outfit or something, and it's just like I can't fund all of this. You know what I mean? But like I've woken up with so many ideas for like comics and so many ideas for like outfit design and so many ideas for like. So the outfit design I got from Hydra last night is literally going to be her like, I think it's her 6th outfit. And I still want to get one more. Like, I still need, or no, it's going to be her 7th outfit. And I still want to get one more. So, here's Al Reach. First pitch to Reach. Lined into left. And that's a base hit. Reach gets a board. Going to third is Leonard. And there's runners on the corners now with nobody out. Eventually, you got to start drawing, modeling, if nothing else, storyboarding with very simplistic versions of ideas. Helps with comms later. I do have like my OC's basic lore storyboarded. I do have that like set. I need to actually fill in the details from one gap to what a goal. What a goal from France. That's a phenomenal strike. Yeah, I do have like the basics of her lore figured out. I just have to write down. I have to sit down and actually like fill in the parts, because like she starts in Korea, in Gyeonggu, and then or Gyeonggi, and then she goes over to Seoul, and then she goes over to Tokyo, and like I have to and I know like why she moves from Gyeonggi to Seoul, and why she moves from Seoul to Tokyo, but I haven't have the details in between, finished, and it's like I have to do that. Here's Tommy Beals. He is 0 for 1 with a walk. First pitch. That's grounded back to second. The throw, they go for home. Do they get him? I don't think they did. He's safe at home. It's an RBI fielder's choice. So RBI FC. Oh, shit. Hold on. This is going to be hard as hell to fit in the square. Dembele is a fucking beat. That was a great strike. It's an RBIFC 6-2. Scoring is Leonard. Going to second is Reach. And Boston have reclaimed the lead. It's 4-1. Which one? The second. Oh my God, Norway just scored. It's 2-1. Norway just scored right on the kickoff. How the hell's this happened? Literally, they kicked off and they kicked off, and 20 seconds later, that's a great ball. What a move! What a move! I'm someone who's been writing for most of my life, so I write whole stories easier than OCs in the way that most of my friends do. I struggle to make a character without a purpose, which is why I left all the details of my current design are intentional and serve a purpose. See, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not, and I wasn't even the original maker of my OC, Cody. So that was a crazy thing. Like, when I got the OC, I got very little details about her, and it was just like, okay, now I have to like put together a whole story. You know what I mean? And I never struggled with writing like in school, but I'm not a creative writer. You know what I mean? So I'm new enough to baseball. I don't know what RBI means. What she never? No, it was real quick. The baseball question is a run batted in. So whenever you're at the plate and an action that you take causes a run to score, whether it's a walk, whether you fly out and the runner tags up, whether it's a base hit, it counts as a run batted in. So that's what RBI means. No. Actually, so my girlfriend used to play League and Val, and she started to hate League and Val. Like she used to play League and Val. She really got sick of the toxicity, so she took up drawing in 2022, and she made this OC, and she on and off drew her, like not a whole lot, but like on and off. And for my birthday this year, she gifted it to me. So that's how I came to acquire her. So she was a birthday gift. In response, all of the art that I've got commissioned, I threw in a Google Drive, and I gave her the link to the Google Drive, and that was her anniversary gift. Her anniversary gift was all of this art from all of the art. I have over 200 pieces now from almost 100 artists, and that was the anniversary gift I gave her. So that's fucking yeah. That's why the character means so much to me. You know what I mean? So but yeah. Right. Bobby Matthews on the mound. Joe Batten settling in. First and second, nobody out. First pitch, that's taken, I think, at the lettering. Yes, for a called strike. It's 0-1. It was, I'm just shocked, Cello, by the way, they scored so quickly after the kickoff. Like, it was like boom, 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 boom. It was like 5 passes and then a goal. I was like, oh my God. So, I do think France are really good, but they are defensively susceptible. So, here's the 0-1. Way off the plate, 1-1. Yeah, that's why I had to like put it together. Like I've had to put everything together. You know what I mean? Here's the 1-1. High, 2-1. Here's the 2-1. Inside. Oh no, that's going to catch the inside. That did not look like a strike, but it's called 1-2-2. You know what the funny thing is? So Kavakam was here earlier, right? He's an out of the park baseball streamer, but he does WWE 2K20. Like, I've become so infatuated with the character that, like, she's in everything. She's the manager in this game. Like, she's my football manager. So when you see me play football manager, she's the manager. Kavakam, who was in here earlier, he has like a WWE 2K26 universe mode. She's a wrestler in his universe mode that he streams. I have her in, like, I made her in SoulCal. Like, basically anything and everything. So I think it's really cool. I play No Mercy a lot, WWF No Mercy. No Mercy is probably the #1 wrestling game I play for the N6, and that's for the N64. I made her in that. So here's the 2-2 pitch. Fouled off. Still 2-2. I should try one of those newer wrestling games to see if I'm possible. I would, 26 is, I would say, is a hard no-go. And the only reason I say that is because all the Eki wrestling games are that style kind of the best. Yeah, that is true. The newer ones like 26 is a big no-go. And the reason I say that is because in like 2K22, you had a lot of customization options. And you had even more so in like 2K19 and 18 and all that. But in 2K20, you had a lot of, or 2K22, you had a lot of customization options, right? But then what they started doing in 2K23 is locking shit behind gameplay. So like you had to, if you wanted all the default like clothing options, you had to play through the story mode. And then in 2K24, they locked even more. And in 2K26, it's like a battle pass now. So if you want all the clothing options and all the stages or wrestling rings and all the wrestlers and all the accessories that you can put on a character, you have to pay for the battle pass and then play the game enough to level up the battle pass to acquire the items. And even if you do that, there are still additional items locked behind other gameplay versions, like the story mode or the online mode or and it's just like, this is so awful. I remember playing 2K16 with my friend Mike, and we were making some fucking character. Yeah, that's why if I brought a universe mode on, I think I would start with 2K16 because, like, for me, 2K16 to 19 were the best ones. 22 is really good as well. I liked 22 a lot. But after 22, it kind of, like, starts to get real crappy again. What a rotten way to handle asset distribution if it's all carried over from the previous game. Yep, it is all carried over from the previous game as well. Here's the 2-2. That's going to get by the catcher. It's inside, ball 3, but it gets by the catcher. Going to third is Reach. Going to second is Beals. And 2 runners in scoring position. Nobody out now. Here's the 3-2. And that is lined into right base hit. That's a run. RBI single for Joe Batten. Scoring on the play is Al Reach. Going to third is Tommy Beals. 5-3 Boston. Yeah, they microtransactioned the absolute living shit out of 2K26. And honestly, it's so bad, I'm probably not going to get 27. Like I waited. I used to pre-order them all, and then on 24 I didn't pre-order it, and then I waited. I'll microtransact your behind. All rounds this weekend in golf are 2 XP. I will probably play tomorrow then, Zig. If you're down to play. I do need a lot of time because Dead or Alive 6 last round came out. And I'm fucking itching to play that. Right. Here's Tom Patterson, the center fielder. I refunded the stretch because we do it in the half innings, naturally. So I'm actually going to get up to P in the half inning, so I'll make sure to stretch. It's just sad to see games become that. Publicly traded companies, I always blame it on that. Here's the first pitch. That is flied out into left. Left fielder's there. He's got it. Is it deep enough for the runner to tag? No, it is not. And there's one down. So, I mean, I look at companies that aren't publicly traded, right? And the games that they made in the last 3 years. Baldur's Gate 3, Stellar Blade, Expedition 33, and I look at companies that aren't publicly traded and the games that they've made. FIFA, WWE 2K. Like, I like DOA 5, but 6's style shift and seemingly simplified gameplay wasn't for me. Is last round changing stuff? Last round is literally not changing a goddamn thing. Koei Tecmo completely fucked up last round. It's 3-1 France. Dembele again. So here's the thing with last round, Cody. You have to, they carried over all the costumes. So if you bought the costumes in 6, you have them in last round. The only thing they didn't carry over was the story, Mai Shiranui, and Kula Diamond. So if you had them in 6, you have to repurchase them in last round. Kula Diamond and Mai Shiranui are $11 each. And the story is like another $12. Hat trick, yeah, he's incredible. Pretty much the exact same goal as the second one as well, Cello. And then what they did is they announced, didn't know SNK had a crossover in them, but that makes sense. They did in 5 as well. And then they announced that there's going to be a new character coming to last round, right? So we're gonna get a new character who's friends with Nico. But they didn't add rollback, and they didn't add lobbies. And PC mode, I think PC still doesn't have lobbies. So like, literally the online connection is still an absolute shambles compared to other fighters. And yeah, I'm like, they've not resolved any of the issues the community was asking for. So midfield's been nowhere near. Yeah, literally the exact same goal. Literally the exact same goal. What a shame. Yep. And then they just said, well, we're hard at work on 7. And I'm like, if 7 is anything like 6 or last round, I don't see a Dead or Alive 8 coming out. Ever. But if they make 8, or if they make 7 a little bit more like they did 5, the whole series can be revitalized. Here's Asa Bernard. He is 0 for 1. First pitch, that is taken off the plate for a ball. 1-0. Yeah. So if you look at the Steam reviews, it's getting review bombed. More like Dead on Arrival. A lot. That is the joke everyone's been making. Yes. Believe it or not. But Koei Tecmo just doesn't like. Inagaki leaving Koei Tecmo and now passing is probably the worst thing that happened to the company, because they have no clue how to handle their fan base. Tekken's in debately an even worse spot than DOA, considering nobody wants to direct it. There's the 1-0. That's fouled off. 1-1. Like, I don't know about you. I was never a big Street Fighter guy. I hated Street Fighter 3. I hated Street Fighter 4 even more. I was not a fan of Street Fighter 5. And because I did not like those 3 games, I didn't even bother with 6. But to me, Street Fighter has been very unbalanced all the time. It's the same reason I'll never play Soul Calibur online. I love Soul Calibur for the character creator, and that's the main reason I play Soul Calibur, because the character creator is so diverse, and I love doing that. I love having a character creator in fighters, and it's the only one that really has it. But, like, Street Fighter to me has always been dull. It's been very dull, very, very imbalanced, and a lot of the characters are not likable to me. I did really enjoy Street Fighter 2, but like Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 is probably my favorite one in the whole series. Great, great game. But the rest of the series I didn't really care for, and like that's the most popular fighting game. So I liked Makoto in 3, didn't care about 4, wanted to like 5, and I've been considering trying 6 again. Yeah, and it's such a terrible spot right now. Fighting games are having a rough couple years. They're being dominated by Street Fighter. Like, Street Fighter, some cardboard characters. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, the Dead on Arrival joke has been the main joke. That swung on a miss, by the way, 1 and 2. But it's because they don't listen to their fan base. Even if you aren't into the, like, Venus Vacation, like, gotcha, eye candy side of Dead or Alive, right? Fans have been asking for Christie, for La Mariposa, and Koei Tecmo just keeps adding Japanese characters to Venus Vacation. And it's like the fans want the characters that were in the fighting. Like we don't have Rachel, Christie, and La Mariposa in that game. You know, and the reason we don't, a big reason why we don't, is because they're Western characters. Because those characters were created when Itagaki was at the studio, and he's like, we need something that the Western audience can attach to and feel represented by. And like La Mariposa and Christie and Rachel were 3 of those characters. And now that Itagaki's gone, they're nowhere near the series. Gaming at the moment is too generic. That's also a very fair criticism. A very fair criticism. DOA is a legit fantastic fighting series, which is why the fan service complaints suck so much. You don't need to engage in those. The games themselves are good. Yeah. I mean, that the fan service size is the persona that Itagaki was, right? Itagaki wanted a game that was sleek, smooth, and sexy, right? Like that was the whole point that he drove home when he made DOA 3, DOA 4. But you don't need to engage in those sides. And that's why I also don't like all the DLC complaints when they're like, why does this game have $1,000 worth of costumes as DLC? It's DLC. You don't have to buy it. It's literally optional. So like, you know what I mean? But there is no, in my opinion, there is no game that captures 3D fighting as smooth as Dead or Alive does. You know, like if you go back and look at DOA 2, the remake of 2, 3, 4, and 5, like they're the best 3D fighters. Soul Calibur is very close. It's a good series. Soul Calibur's 3D is a bit smooth, but sometimes sidestepping into the foreground and the background can be a little bit janky. In DOA, it's way smoother, which is why I really like it. Looking at me, you wouldn't assume I main Jan Lee, but the characters are so fun that I ended up picking someone that isn't archetypically what I'd usually go for. That's the one character I always hated in Dead or Alive. I'm so sorry, Code. I couldn't stand him. I'm the E Honda slap the mic out of your hand. Welcome, Idian. Soul Calibur makes me fucking sad. I want a new one with rollback so fucking badly. I want balance in that game. Jesus Christ. You know, you'd go online and everybody's Astroth, Rock, Astroth. It's like, oh my God, guys. They're so imbalanced. But it's always had that problem. Soul Calibur's not ever really been a very well balanced. 2 was really good, but then like 3 was really good too. But after that, the balance in it's been absolute wank. Here's the 1-2. And that's going to miss. 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. That's fouled off. Still 2-2. Jan Lee's tendency to send people flying was so fun it made occupying space very different. I like Mila a lot, but I was bad as her. I am a Zack main. I was a Kasumi main. And then I became a Zack main. And Zack is like my #1 best character. But my favorite character is Lei Feng. And she's just, I really want to get better with her. But she is so hard to master. Lei Feng is such a great character. Her moveset's really good. But it is also very awkward with some really offset timings. Like it's very, the timings on a lot of other characters' combos are very set patterns in between. Like, especially Zack. You look at Zack's kicks, you look at Kasumi's punches. You know what I mean? the spacing in between each attack is very much the same. And Lei Fong, it's very much every attack has a different speed in the combo, which makes her very hard to fight against, but it also makes her extremely hard to master. I'm so not good at fighting games once they started with like Todd. What was it? Street Fighter 2 or maybe more Combat 3, and all the Todd was 3, I think, and all the combos that you can do and the umpteen button presses. It just became too much for me to do it. Yeah. In my opinion, the best fighters that I've ever played are probably Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur 2, Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, Dead or Alive 4, Dead or Alive 5 last round, Tekken 2, and Street Fighter 2, and Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. Deadly Alliance is just... Deadly Alliance, in my opinion, is probably the best Mortal Kombat game. Although Mortal Kombat 2 is close. Mortal Kombat 2 is really good. Forget Todd. I don't know where that came from. All good. All good. Right. Here's the 2-2. That's going to get by the catcher. Coming in the score is Tommy Beals. Going the second is Joe Batten. 6-3 Boston. Here's the 3-2. That's lined right at the second baseman, and that is going to be out number 2. But I want to go back to Zig's point, because Zig said, like, well, first off, Zig said sleek, smooth, and sexy, like you, Ben. But Zig said gaming's too generic, and I think that's true. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of these small indie games pop up that are really popular, like Crash Out Crew and Peak and, Sledding Game and Mecha Chameleon. But even then, like, those, I look at those as, like, party games. And the market can become saturated with those too. You know what I mean? Like, eventually there's going to be just so many different party games that people aren't going to want to play a party game. They're going to want to play something for story. You know what I mean? And we don't have enough of that. Killer Instinct with badass, but then again, the combos, I'm like trying to learn the combos and I'm doing all the things that's telling me to do, but it's not doing it. Yeah. Killer Instinct was really hard. Killer Instinct Gold was a lot of fun, but Killer Instinct was insanely hard to learn. My favorite fighting game is probably Tekken 7, DOA 5, Guilty Gear, XRT. Guilty Gear is a series I really should get into, never played. And Soul Calibur as a series. I don't have a specific favorite Soul Calibur game, weirdly. I enjoyed 6, and I enjoyed 5, and I enjoyed 2 as well. I think those are great Soul Cal games. 3 I didn't really play. I played 3 on emulator, and it was very good. But I want a remaster of Need for Speed Underground and Need for Speed 2. Hot Pursuit. Can we get a Hot Pursuit remake, please? Here's the first pitch to Bub McAtee. We go back to the top of the order. That's a called strike. It's 0-1. I wanted to love 6 since it had the chance to become something really special, but it was so held back by netcode and a lack of offline content. Yeah. So that's fair. And here's the 0-1. That is chop foul. 0-2 the count. McAtee is 0 for 3 so far today. I wanted to love 6, but like the whole break meter where you can do like the cinematic, can we just get rid of that? Can we just trash that, please? Yes, the SSX games were brilliant. Why did they stop? SSX Tricky, and SSX 3 are insanely fun games. Those were brilliant. Here's the 0-2. That is lined into right, base hit. And that is going to be runners on the corners with 2 outs as Batten goes to third. And McAtee is aboard. Here's the first pitch to Warren White. That's high, ball 1. White is 1 for 3 so far today. This is why I always like to advertise this stream to people who aren't sports people. Like, I love talking with you guys. I'm loving the conversation. Like, the sports is secondary. You know what I mean? It's about you guys and having fun. Trinky and 3, yeah, so good, so good. I don't know which one I like the most either. What was the one? What was the one that you could just freestyle your way down the mountain? You didn't even have to do like the courses, but like you could freestyle down to a course, or you could just freestyle down the mountain. Was that 3 or was that tricky? There's the 1-0. Way off the plate away, 2-0. That was 3, yeah. That was my favorite one. The 2-0, that's lined into right. That is going to drift foul. 2-1. I can't say too much, though, because this is going to be a throwback, and some of you might not even know this reference, but I'm the guy that liked Deadly Arts. I don't know if anyone remembered Deadly Arts, or also known as Gas Fighters Next Stream. It was a one-off fighter for the N64. It got really bad reviews. It's actually, a lot of people say it's one of the worst N64 games ever made. I liked that game. I genuinely liked that game. DJ Atomica, yep. And the character creator, getting your character that you create as a fighter was difficult because you had to constantly do the training mode over and over again to learn combos and skills and you know throws. But the character creator for an N64 game, to have a character creator in the N64 game on a fighting game, it was very, very, very deep for an N64 game. And I just love that. It was fantastic. So I loved making my character, getting them their combos, and then fighting with them. You know what I mean? It was awesome. SSX on Tour was the one I played as a kid, but it has some serious issues I'd love to see addressed in the new version or something. There hasn't been a good Snort Bunny game in fucking years. Yeah, that's true. That is 100% true. Here's the 2-1 to Warren White. That's taken high, 3-1. The 3-1 is popped up. Shallow center. The shortstop's going back. That was way up there. He's got it. And the side is retired. 3 runs on 4 hits. And they left 2 men on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 6-3 Boston. I'd love a new Road Rash games or Streets of Rage. Road Rash. Yes. Oh, is Themai? Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Who is Themai has gone live, and I'm wondering who Themai. I don't know if you know Themai, by the way, Cody, another artist. THIMAI. They do stream on Twitch. But they did a Patreon poll for their Patreons. And my OC won the poll. So they're doing my OC for their Patreon content and they're going to give me the illustration. But yeah, I'm like so happy. And they were working on it on stream yesterday or a day ago or 2 days ago, something like that. And they've just gone live. So I'm wondering if they're going to be working on her again, because Themai said the only thing that's really left to do is like fully render and shade it. Like, it looking pretty good. Whoa. The VOD from when they worked on it a few nights ago is actually right there. But I'm gonna figure out what they're doing while we take a break because it's been a while, and I am going to stretch. And Beaver at least has yelled at me through the channel redeems to stretch. So we're going to take a 3-minute timeout. We're going to be back with more in 3 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Cody, thank you so much for stopping. The conversation was brilliant. Come back anytime, mate. And I'll be sure to swing by yours. We kind of stream same time, so a lot of times I'm lurking in yours because we're usually live same time. I just happen to be on vacation this week, so that's why I'm live in the afternoon. But yeah, I'll definitely swing by yours again. You already know, even if it's just the lurk because we're live same time. But thank you for stopping in, man. Appreciate you. We're gonna take a 3-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Bottom sixth in Philadelphia. Boston has got a 6-3 lead. Dickie Pierce settles in. He is the first man up. It's the 5, 6, 7 spots for Philadelphia to lead things off. Here's the first pitch from Asa Bernard. And that's grounded over to first. And the pitcher coming over, they make the play, and that's one away. It's going to bring up Dick Higham, second baseman. 1 for 2 so far today. First pitch to Higham. That's way off the plate away. 1-0. I just realized I haven't checked Twitch in a while, and like I have a lot of people who are live who I should probably tab up, like Crack and Adam and Scheme and Mad Adder and Bearded Twig and Matt Crawler. Right. Right. Surely the first baseman could have walked there. Again, the animations aren't perfect, but yes, I agree. 1-0 pitch. You don't have to have everyone on Twitch tab. You know I like to do it. It's lovely that you do that. That's true. That's a called strike. It's 1-1. In fact, I'm going to go tab everyone up. Yeah, I have the only ones I have tapped up right now are literally Thamai Art, who's making the OC, Psy Arts, Aldi, and Jake Plays FM, so, and Out of the Park Developments, obviously. So like, I would need to tab up. I'm here because it's been a yeah, nice. I didn't send you, Ian. I just I'll take the credit for it though. Right. Let me get him tabbed up real quick, okay? It's just Adam, Crack, Scheme, Bearded Twig, and the Mad Adder that need tabbed up, and Matt Crawler as well. So Adam, Samai's playlist is like the most eclectic mix, by the way. Like, it's crazy. And you'll hear everything. I hear Spanish music on it. He's Brazilian, so you hear Brazilian music on it. You hear a little bit of everything on his stream, which is kind of really cool.
I owe allegiance to no
I don't know who
entity.
just followed me. Oh, the music, the freaking video didn't play.
Code now.
Hang on, I'm just getting everybody tabbed up. There we go. I will replay the video. Let me see. Nightmare with the raid. Why did the video not play? Welcome in.
I owe allegiance to no entity. I intend to live by my own code now.
Right. No, that's not Control C. That's Control C. There we go. If you're not already, go follow Nightmare. He's an awesome guy. He is a French Unreal Tournament 2004 streamer. Don't tell any of the others, but he's the absolute GOAT in Unreal Tournament. Awesome guy. Part of the community that puts the tournaments together. He plays in them pretty much, as frequently as he can. Go check him out if you haven't already. He's an awesome dude. The Great Nightmare. Shout out Nightmare. How you doing, Nightmare? Right. Hey, what's up, Benny, the GOAT of commentary? Thank you. Welcome in. We're doing a baseball game today. It's Boston at Philadelphia. A double Y guy, welcome in as well. The records are in the title. Boston, I think, is 13-7. Philadelphia's 11-11. And we got a 1-1 count to Dick Higham, who's up 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch. That's inside, 2-1. Boston leading 6-3. Boston lost 5 of their last 6. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Chop foul, 2-2. If you're new here from Nightmare Stream, we play out of the park baseball. We play Football Manager. We commentate Unreal Tournament. We play Action Time and Squad, Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation. We're playing through Final Fantasy II. We do like Pangya. We do a lot on this stream. And for those that are new, I have just got my schedule for July back from an artist. So if you guys are new, check out our July schedule. That is a link to an image that will have our July schedule on it. We need to find time to truck again. We do need to find time to truck again. This is a no. Right. Here's the 2-2. Off the plate, 3-2. The 3-2 pitch. You know what? I need to get the DLC. Check swing. They asked third base. He did not go, and it's ball 4. Dick Higham is aboard on a walk. You know what it is, Dick? I need to get the DLC. I need to get I didn't get the DLC. I don't have all of them, so. Wait, hold on. Same, but I don't want to spend the money because I'm tight. Just need the Nordic. I think I only need Greece. But, you know what? Is it not? Hold on. I have money in my Steam wallet. I shouldn't say a significant amount of money, but I do have some money in my Steam wallet. Let me see. We're going to go over there. Euro Truck Simulator 2 store page. Because, it is the Steam summer sale, so all of that shit is, like, off. You know what I mean? Like, all of that shit is, like, gonna be, on sale. So what did you say? You need Nordic, right? That's it? That's only 10% off. Fuck off. There you go. Sorry, Viva Land. They runs it. What do you mean, Viva Land? Oh, okay, because Nordic, yeah. Check your Steam, Zig. I just lost sound. I just lost fucking sound. There we go. Silly, man. Right. It's Charlie Bierman settling in. Bierman is 0 for 2. First pitch. to Bierman. That is ripped into right center field. That is going to go off the wall. And that is a double for Bierman. Going to third is Higham. And it's second and third with one out. Always takes him in to come through. Yeah, it does. Listen, don't. I have plenty. I had plenty in the Steam wallet to buy that. Don't worry. Here's Nearly Phelps settling in. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Phelps. And that one is off on the corner, on the outside corner, 0-1. Here's the 0-1. No, I really appreciate it. You're welcome. That is going to be in there, 0-2. I got to get it for myself still, but the Steam summer sale should go into next week, and I'll get it next week. So, in fact, if I just click store, when does the Steam, if I go to store, through July 9th. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll be good. I'll get it next week. So. And you won a ranked golf game. Let's go. Here's the 0-2. That's lined right at the center fielder. He's got it. Is it enough for the man to tag? Save. He tags. It's an RBI sac fly. I'm sorry, I said F9. That's F8. Scoring is Dick Higham, and it's 6-4. That's going to bring up Bobby Matthews, the pitcher. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Matthews. And Matthews is flied out into right. That's foul. 0-1. Don't yell at me, chat, but I did it again. I did it again. Remember we talked last night? And I said, yesterday I only had one meal, and it was pizza. And the day before I only had one meal all day, and it was a hoagie. And the day before I only had one meal, and it was ramen. And I haven't had more than one meal for the last 3 days. One meal a day for the last 3 days. I have not had a meal yet today. I've had one piece of dark chocolate peanut hobnob. I'm sorry. No, stop. I've had one piece of dark chocolate peanut toffee. And I've had one dark chocolate oat hobnob. And that's the only thing I've had all day. Go get food, you silly man. I've not felt hungry. That's the crazy thing. I've not really felt hungry. But at the same time, we are going to be eating in like an hour or two. That's a pen. Oliver's pointed straight to the spot. That's 100% a pen. And Oliver is immediately in the position to call that. Like, they're going to show ref cam that there's no denying that's a pen. That's as clear, that is the clearest pen you could ever call. I mean, there's no rebuttal. I don't know why Mbappe is in the circle, like or inside the penalty box, like me. I even think the aliens coming to Earth looked at that and said, that's a fucking pen. Like, there's no way you're arguing that. Here's the 0-1. That's high, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on right at the shortstop. He's got it, and the side is retired. 1 run on 1 hit, and they leave 1 man on base. We go to the top of the 7th. It's a 6-4 Boston lead. It's going to be the 3, 4, 5 spots due up. Tom Carey will be the first man up. Bunt first. New ending means new sponsor. Smokaya is an awesome Portuguese streamer who has a great save going on in TJK Legion, trying to make Estonian footballing history. Also plays a few other games like Helldivers and Palworld. Give him a follow if you haven't already. The great Smokaya. Shout out Smokaya. Ian, you're too kind. You are too kind, my friend. It's fucking hell. That's a shame. What happened? I saw you cheered 100 for Demai. He's genuinely super kind. Demai is very, very kind. He doesn't have a microphone, so he doesn't talk on stream. But he chats a lot in his Discord. I did nothing. But yeah. Right. It's Tom Carey settles into the batter's box. First pitch to Carey. It's grounded over to third. The throw 1 to first. That's in time. Nothing that wasn't deserved. You're very, very, very kind, sir. Very kind. Yeah. I'm actually glad, not just to focus on another stream or anything like that, but I'm actually glad that they're back streaming, because they took last week off and they admitted in their Discord that, like, mentally they were not in a good headspace. And him, myself, and a few others really, like, talked it out over the weekend, last weekend. And you know, he said he's feeling a lot better, and you know, I'm sure the support means a lot to him because of that. You know what I mean? I always, you know, we all go through those periods, right? And when you do, and you have people around you that are willing to pick you up, I think it's great, you know. And it's nice to see that you know, his community's really small, but that they were able to come together to just offer the support he needed. You know what I mean? And that he deserves, because he's a really, really nice guy. Andy Leonard settling in, 2 for 3. He's fanned at the first pitch, 0-1. They really should have scored that pen. That's a shame. Here's the 0-1. And that one's high, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. That's going to just catch the outside corner, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. That's grounded over to second. Throw one to first. That's in time. 2 down. Bit of a long one today. I hope you guys don't mind. I really, even if you do mind, it's nice to have a talk and a long one. We are doing Perfect Team after this and then going into Football Manager. We are going to break at some point for food. I'd imagine at the rate we're going, the food break will be at the end of either Perfect Team or the baseball game. One of the two. Here's Al Reach. Settling in. Reach is 1 for 2. Couldn't have said it better, dude. I definitely went through that in 23 through early 25 with a separation, looming divorce, crappy job. I was really, really down. I had a lot of friends from Twitch I'd hang out with every day. And Discord, yeah, I'm always like that with people helping them out, being there for them. And at the same time, I don't always ask for help, but they were there for me. I think that's the main thing, right? Like, when I used to watch an anime, or I did watch an anime, one of my favorite animes of all time is called Kino no Tabi, or Kino's Journey. And in episode 2 of Kino's Journey, they are talking about there are these travelers that Kino comes across, and they have a truck, and the truck is broken down, and or it's not broken down, but it gets stuck in the snow. It's like a real bad blizzard, and the truck is lodged in the snow, and they can't move, and they are very, very, they're out of food, and they're very starved. And in the story, Kino, who is very versatile, she goes out and she hunts rabbits for them and makes rabbit stew for them, and the food helps get them back to health. In that, oh, fuck, he just hit the bar. Mbappe just hit the bar. In that, the bike that Kino rides can speak, right? And they're having a conversation, and the bike questions why Kino helped the travelers. And they talk about this saying that says, charity is not for the sake of others. Meaning, if you were in that position, you would hope somebody would be kind enough to reach out to help you. And part of that is true. There is an element of truth to that, right? But at the same time, I'm the type of person that, like, you're not going to live to be 75, 80, 85 without needing help in your life at some point. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I'm the type that believes that if I'm able to, and I have the capability to, then I can help somebody whenever they need it. And it might be small. It might be something like if my friend, if that artist from Venezuela reaches out to me and like, yeah, I need $100 to buy food because we've lost everything, or my extended family lost everything, I would send them $100. I'd be like, take care of your people. You know what I mean? If it's somebody that's like computer blew up, you know, and they need a new graphics card or something, and they're like, I use it for my job or whatever, I'd be like, here. You know, I did that before. There's a guy from Brazil named Bittner. He's one of the guys he used to be a coach of a Brazilian Counter-Strike team. He was a Brazilian Counter-Strike coach. He came to me. He's like, he's like, my computer fried, the graphics card in his computer fried, and he's like, I don't have the money to replace it, and I'm supposed to be coaching this team. And I said, give me your PayPal right now. And I sent him the money this was way back in like 2021. I sent him the money so he could get a graphics card the next day from the shop and install it and coach his team at the tournament over the weekend. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the help doesn't have to be like the same thing. It doesn't have to be like, you know, helping the hungry and all that. Like, it can be in any form, I guess is the point. But like, if you have the capability to help somebody and you can genuinely bring an improvement to their life, I think you'd be remiss not to help them. Do you know what I mean? So I try to practice that as best as I can with the resources that I have, you know? And I wish more people would do that. But then again, I've said it before, I feel like the reason I don't have more resources to myself or in life is because I choose to do that. And a lot of the people that really excel and become like the 1% are people that don't choose to do that. They hoard everything, you know? And I just kind of wish more people would reach out and help each other, because I think if we did that, we would be we would progress so well. It it would be mind-boggling how well society could be. So I need $20 for horse. I'll put it in the suggestion box, Viva. Here's Al Reed settling in. My parents don't believe that. They're not that kind of individual. They're not that kind of individual. They're not. My dad has helped people in the past, but they're very much, and he's a little bit more open to that, but my mom doesn't believe in that at all. My mom's like, you gotta save everything that you have needs to be kept to you. And I'm like, I can't do that. I cannot do that. I cannot watch somebody else suffer and hoard what I have, knowing that if I share it with them, it could ease the suffering or even absolve the suffering. I can't do that. I cannot do that. I don't have it in my being. There's the first pitch to outreach. And that's taken right down broad for a strike, 0-1. Here's the 0-1. That's high, 1-1. I say my dad's more beliefs that like I do a little bit, because my dad was a police officer for 21 years. And he would say the same thing. He would say, you would look at these people in North Philly where he worked, and he was like, these are honest, hard-working people that are trying to make a living. You know, and they go to work and they grind the shit out of themselves to try and get ahead and provide for their family. And you're trying to help resolve or stop crime that's trying to take away from them. You know what I mean? And that always bugged him about, when he, crime in general in the city. That's what always bugged him. So he has a little bit of element of that as well, And I think he expressed that when he was a police officer quite a bit. So here's the 1-1. That's going to catch the outside corner, 1-2. Here's the 1-2. That didn't miss by much, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. That is lined into center field, base hit. And Al reaches aboard with a single here with 2 outs. That'll bring up Tommy Beals. First pitch to Beals is off the plate, 1-0. Beals is 0 for 2 with a walk. Here's the 0-1 or the 1-0. That is taken inside, 2-0. Here's the 2-0. Grounded over the short. The throw on to first is in time, and the side is retired. Oscar Bob is doing things to Theo Hernandez, and it's making me right. No runs on 1 hit. They leave 1 man on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th here in Philadelphia. It's 6-4 Boston. Top of the order due up for the Athletics. As always, we are going to step away, and at the 7th inning stretch, we are going to have you play this rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Enjoy. Big thank you to Harrison Scheckler for that edition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and all those who participated in making it. We are, in fact, going to play ball. Bottom 7th. 6-4 Boston. In other news, bye-bye Scott. Yeah. My bracket, David, is busted. I had Scotland making quarters. Or no, I think I had Scotland making round of 16. That's gone. That's gone. Here's John Hatfield settling in. 0 for 3 so far today. First pitch to Hatfield. And he offered at that one and missed. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. You know what would be crazy? You know what would genuinely be crazy this World Cup? What if the Dutch actually win it? What if they find a way? I don't fancy them to. Don't get me wrong. But they've also not necessarily looked bad. Here's the 1-1. That's popped up. Shallow left. Shortstop's going back. He's got it. 1 down. Like Koeman, I know, or Coleman, messed up in the Japan game, especially with his substitutions. But outside of that, they've looked good. And arguably, Japan was the toughest team they had to play in that group. And Japan are not necessarily a pushover either. So, I don't know. Here's Scott Hastings. That goal they scored the other night, by the way, that goal that Japan scored the other night, oh my God. Oh my God. That was silk. That was absolute silk. And I loved it. That is one of the goals of the tournaments for me. That and the Cabo Verde free kick are the 2 best goals of the tournament so far, hands down. Right. Here's the first pitch to Scott Hastings. Hastings is 0 for 3, and he has popped that deep down left, but foul. Here's the 0-1. And that's fouled again, 0-2. Here's the 0-2. Grounded over the second. The throw on to first is in time, 2 down. That's going to bring up Ed Pinkham. Pinkham is 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch to Pinkham. High, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Inside, 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one's taken away. That's 3-0. The 3-0. He's got the green light all the way, 3-1. Or he's got the red light all the way, 3-1. Here's the 3-1 to Pinkham. Swung on and missed, 3-2. Holmgren is from Hammerfist? I don't know. The full count, here's the pitch. Lined into center, base hit, and Pinkham's got a 2-out knock. That's going to bring up Tom York. He's 0 for 3. First pitch to York is taken off the plate inside, 0-1. Very Viva-coded message from me there. Here's the 1-0. That is in there, 1-1. Right down Broad Street, actually. Here's the 1-1. That's fouled off. It's 1-2. The 1-2. High, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled off, still 2-2. Do I have any do I have any plans of watching some of the later games today? The next one, yes, but the last ones, no, David, because they come on at 11 p.m. tonight. And I don't feel like staying up till 1 a.m. to watch the football. So I will probably tape one of the two 11 p.m. kickoffs and catch that in the morning. But I'm live all the way through the night, so I'll be live during the 8 o'clock kickoff. Here's a 2-2. Grounded to short. It's a fumble. Shortstop Warren White commits the error. Going to second is Pinkham. Tom York gets the board. It's the second error for him in this game, and there's 6 now for Boston. There's a non-zero chance I'll join you later then. Fair enough. I feel bad for Viva because Norway keeps attacking, and they have ideas, you know. But there is a gulf in quality, and you can see that, like, France look very dangerous now. They're just inviting it on, and they're very capable of just hitting Norway for a 4th on the break. Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree. Especially because they're still going at France. But France are inviting it on at this stage in the game. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, they haven't been able to really, that final pass is like kind of what's missing, you know. Here's Dickie Pierce. He's 0 for 3. First pitch to Pierce. And Pierce has skied that into left. Left fielder's there. He's got it, and the side is retired. No runs on 1 hit, and they leave 2 on base. We go to the top 8th here in Philadelphia. Boston's got a 6-4 lead. It'll be the bottom of the order, 2 up. Joe Batten is going to be the first man up, but before that, Bobby is an awesome Dutch streamer. Last playing gamble with your friends. We're going to be collabing with him in July. Look out for maybe some Halo, maybe some FM, maybe some F1, maybe some Saints Row 3, or Saints Row the 3rd, as it's officially called. Give him a follow if you haven't already. Bobby FCG Mass will sponsor our 8th inning here tonight. First pitch incoming, and that's inside 1-0. Oh, no, that catches. Oh, that's a bad call. That's a really bad call from the umpire. It's called a strike, but that is not a great call from the umpire. 0-1 to count. It is Joe Batten selling in. He is 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs in today's game. The 0-1. Fouled. It's 0-2. I picked up some Italian crackers, by the way, from the International store. So that's what we're munching on if anyone's actually interested. They're good. They're really good. Here's the 0-2. That catches the. That's a miss. That's a miss. It's 1-2. The 1-2. That's definitely off the plate. 2-2. The 2-2. Grounded to short. And it's a fumble by the shortstop. Shortstop Dickie Pierce gets credited with the error. His first. Philadelphia's third. Oh, hold on. Is that not credited as an error? We got to go to box score. That was not credited as an error. The scorer has decided that is an infield single. He said it was hit well enough. Scheme's got a 10-stream watch streak. Scheme, you're going to get a poker chip for that. You are up to 2 white chips, sir. Brings up Tom Patterson. Patterson 0 for 3. First pitch to Patterson. Runner on first, nobody out. Patterson's fouled that off. 0-1. Here's the 0-1. Catches the inside corner. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Patterson is flied out into right. Right fielder's there. He's got it, 1 away. It's going to bring up Asa Bernard. He's 0 for 2. First pitch to Bernard. That's high. That's going to get by the catcher. Batten goes to second. It's a passed ball. Here's the 1-0. High, 2-0. The 2-0 Swung on, fouled. It's 2-1. The 2-1 swung on and missed. That's 2-2. Here's the 2-2. Struck him out. Called strike 3. It's the old backwards K. That'll bring up Bub McAtee, 1 for 4 so far today. First pitch to McAtee is off the plate, 1-0. The 1-0. Lined into left. Base hit. Batten will be held at third. And it's runners on the quarters with 2 outs. Right. First pitch to Warren White. Throw over to first. Runners back safe. White's popped it up. Third baseman's there. Right on the third baseline. He's got it. Side is retired. No runs. 2 hits. 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's 6-4 Boston. It'll be the 6, 7, 8 spots due up. Dick Higham will be the first man up. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll be back with more in 3 minutes' time. Welcome back. Bottom 8th in Philadelphia. 6-4 for Boston. Here's the first pitch to Dick Egham. Is 1 for 2 so far today. He takes that outside, ball 1. The 1-0. Chop foul, 1-2. The 1-2. Grounded to short. The throw over to first. That's in time. 1 away. That's going to bring up Charlie Bierman. He's 1 for 3 today. First pitch to Bierman. Right down Broad Street, 0-1. Here's the 0-1. High and inside, 1-1. The 1-1. Flied out into left. That's going to land foul. The 1-2 pitch. Ripped into center field, but right at the center fielder. He takes a few steps to his right, and he's got it. That's 2 down. That's going to bring up Neely Phelps, the right fielder. Phelps is 0 for 2. First pitch to Phelps. And he swung on and missed. That's 0-1. The 0-1. Catches the inside corner. It's 0-2 to Phelps. The 0-2. Grounded down the first base line and fair. Catcher comes over. They make the play, and the side is retired. They go 3 up and 3 down in the bottom of the 8th. We move to the final inning here. Boston holding on to a 6-4 lead. 3, 4, 5 spots due up. Tom Carey is set to lead things off. Bud first. New inning, new sponsor. DM Stewart is an awesome speedrunning retro game commentator who commentates the Final Fantasy randomizer for FF1 and the Worlds Collide randomizer for FF6. He will do some seed testing on his stream. He will also do some Moogle Cup practice on his stream. Go check him out if you haven't already. The great DM Stewart sponsors our 9th inning here tonight. Matthews on the mound. Tom Carey in the batter's box. He's 1 for 4. First pitch inside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Off the plate, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. He's popped it up right behind home plate. Catcher's there. He's got it, 1 away. That will bring up Andy Leonard. Leonard is 2 for 4. First pitch to Leonard. And he's flied that out into left, but foul. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Andy Leonard. Swung on a miss. That's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. And Leonard is lined that into right, base hit. He's got a 1-out single here in the ninth. 4-1. Francis scored again. That'll bring up Al Reach. He is 2 for 3 so far today. First pitch to Reach, and Reach has popped that flight, or he's popped it into shallow left. The shortstop's back there. He's got it 2 down now. It's going to bring up Tommy Beals. Beals is 0 for 2. It says 0 for 3. Oh, yeah, he is 0 for 3. Sorry. He's 0 for 3. First pitch to Beals. That's going to be taken for a called strike. 0-1. Here's the 0-1 to Beals. Right at the knees. 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is going to get by the catcher, and Leonard goes to second for free. It's a pass ball. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Popped it up. Right at the shortstop, right behind the pitcher's mound. Shortstop's got it. And it's the side is retired. No runs on 1 hit. And they left that man on base. We go to the bottom of the ninth now. Philadelphia trail 6-4. It'll be the 9-1-2 spots due up. Assumedly, it'll be a pinch hitter here to start the bottom of the ninth. We are going to take the 3-minute ad break. We will be back with more in 3 minutes' time. Welcome back. Bottom ninth. It is going to be a pinch hitter. Charlie Sweezy will be the pinch hitter. He's just 2 for 11 so far this season. First pitch to Sweezy. High, 1-0. Rally caps out in Philadelphia. Here is the 1-0. That one's going to catch the plate, 1-1. The 1-1. Fouled into the seats, 1-2. The 1-2. Inside, 2-2. The 2-2. Inside, 3-2. The 3-2 inside, ball 4. And Sweezy has got a leadoff walk. The tying run is coming to the plate. That's John Hatfield. He's 0 for 4. First pitch to Hatfield. And he's popped it up. Shortstop's there. He's got it. 1 away. That brings up Scott Hastings. Hastings 0 for 4. First pitch to Hastings. Inside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Taken for a called strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. High and away, 2-1. The throw over to first, and the runner is back safely. The 2-1. Lined into left, base hit. And now the tying run is on. The winning run is coming to the plate. Ed Pinkham has a chance to win this game with one swing of the bat. 2 on, 1 out here in the 9th. Pinkham is 1 for 3 today. First pitch to Pinkham. And he's grounded it back to the mound. They go to second for the lead runner. They will get him. It is a fielder's choice, 1-6. Hastings is thrown out at second. The tying run is on first. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. They're down to the last out, Philadelphia. And it's Tom York. He's 0 for 4 today. First pitch to York. He's grounded it over to first. They take it to the bag himself, and the ball game is over. Boston come into Philadelphia having lost 5 of their last 6, and they stop the slide. A big win for them on the road. They will rejoin Cleveland at the top of the American League as joint leaders. Philadelphia, their slide continues as they dip below 500 for the first time in over 2 months. The final score from the Jefferson Street grounds in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania is the Boston Red Stockings 6, the Philadelphia Athletics 4. It is time now for your post-game show. Your post-game show brought to you by Bubba McGinty. Bubba McGinty's an awesome football manager streamer. He also plays a few other games like PGA and Arc Raiders. He's part of a great network safe with Sassmass, Coach Zanko, and Zigarath. Go give him a follow if you haven't already. Bubba McGinty will sponsor our post-game show. Right, let's do your batting statistics for the visiting Boston Red Stockings. Bub McAtee had 5 at-bats. He had 2 hits. He made 2 fielding errors. Warren White had 5 at-bats. He got 1 hit. He made 2 fielding errors. Tom Carey had 5 at-bats. He had 1 hit. He made 1 fielding error. Andy Leonard had 5 at-bats. He got 3 hits as well. He scored 2 runs. Al Reach had 4 at-bats. He had 2 hits. He scored 1 run. He had 1 sacrifice. Tommy Beals had 4 at-bats. He did not have a hit. He had 1 run. He had 2 runs. Sorry, he had 2 runs. 2 runs. And he had a base on balls. Joe Batten had 4 at-bats. He had 3 hits, 1 of which was a triple. He had 3 RBIs. He scored 1 run. He made a fielding error. Tom Patterson had 4 at-bats. He did not have a hit. Asa Bernard had 3 at-bats. He did not have a hit. He struck out looking once. Your total batting statistics for the Boston Red Stockings. 5 and 5 is 10 and 5 is 15. 5 is 20. 4 is 24. 4 is 28. 4 is 32. 4 is 36. 3 is 39. Runs 2, 3, 5, 6. Hits 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 12. Doubles none. Triples 1. Base on balls 1. Strikeouts 1. Stolen bases none. Sacrifices. Asa Bernard had a sack as well. So sacrifices 2. And I forgot Tommy Beals had an RBI. RBIs 4. Fielding errors 6. Hey, dude. We'll do the pitching stats in a moment. Your batting statistics for the hometown Philadelphia Athletics. Hadfield had 5 at-bats. He did not have a hit. He struck out swinging, and he had a fielding error. Scott Hastings had 5 at-bats. He had 1 hit. Let's see. Ed Pinkham had 4 at-bats. He had 1 hit. He had a 1 base on balls. He made 1 fielding error. Tom York had 5 at-bats. He did not have a hit. Dinky Pierce had 4 at-bats. He did not have a hit. He scored 2 runs. Dick Hingham had 3 at-bats. He had 1 hit. It was a double. And he scored 2 runs. Charlie Bierman had 4 at-bats. He had 1 hit. It was a double. Nearly Phelps had 3 at-bats. He did not have a hit. He struck out swinging once. He had an RBI on a sack. And Bobby Matthews had 3 at-bats. He did not have a hit. Charlie Sweeney did not have a recorded at-bat because it was a base on balls. Hope you're good, my guy. I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you? Your batting statistics for the Philadelphia Athletics. 5 and 5 is 10, and 4 is 14, and 5 is 19, and 4 is 3. And 3 is 26, and 4 is 30, and 3 is 33, and 3 is 36. Runs 4. Hits 1, 2, 3, 4. They only had 4 hits. Jesus. 2 doubles, 2 base on balls, 2 strikeouts, 1 sacrifice, 1 sack, 1 RBI, 2 fielding errors. And Tyre just realized Scotland are officially out. Not that I'm surprised, really. Why wait till Brazil try to play out from the back madness? I was happier with it, but like maybe do that before Brazil. Yeah, I thought they got unlucky versus Morocco. To be fair, you know, that was always going to be a fucking nightmare of a group. I mean, Brazil and Morocco, literally the best team in Africa and the second best team in common ball. Like, do you know what I mean? That that was always going to be a tough group. Here's the pitching statistics. Asa Bernard gets credited for the win. He goes 9 innings. He pitches 133 pitches. He walked 2. No, he walked 3. Who had the extra walk? Oh, I forgot to record the base on balls for Dick Higgins. So yeah, 3 base on balls. 3 base on balls. Yeah, they're both great teams, and Brazil started warming up. That's true. So Bernard walked 3, struck out 2, hits 4, runs 4, earned probably, yeah, not a lot, 1. Bernard will improve to 12-7 on the season. Player of the game says it's Asa Bernard. In my opinion, it should be Joe Batten. For Bobby Matthews, he gets credited with the loss. He drops to 10-11. He pitches 9 innings. His pitch count 123. He walked 1, struck out 1, hits 12. No, yeah. Runs 6, and all 6 were earned. And those are your stats for this game. We will close the book on the 27th of August. I feel like you want Canada to do well. Can't remember. I would have thought USA. I want Canada and USA to both do well. Official match attendance was 9:43. Official game time 2 hour 36 minutes. We are going to advance once. The next game that we cover will be the 9-14 Washington Olympics at the 11-12 Philadelphia Athletics. We are going to cover that game on Monday. So look forward to that. That is Monday's opener. They've both done well. I agree. Yeah. Canada, it's their first ever win and their first ever time out of the group stage. We're not going to win the tournament. If you looked at us last night, we don't have the depth. Stewart. So the next game, Washington at Philadelphia. And then the game on the 3rd of July is going to be Rockford at New York. And when we finish that game, we will be done August. I've kind of avoided since Brazil's 3rd goal went in. Yeah, that's fair. So, yeah, we got 2 games left in August in our save. One will be on Monday, and the other will be on Friday. So, definitely check that out. I'm looking forward to that. We are going to be into September, gang. We are going to be into September. So, after Friday, we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28 games left after Friday. That's it. 28 games left. Thank you for the lurk, Mr. Nuclear Monster. So right now we have 31 regular season games left. We're playing one of them on Monday. That'll leave us 30. That's a fucking great finish on that Senegalese goal. What a finish. And then we're going to play one on Friday. And that will bring us down to 29 games left. Let's look at what this has done for your standings, by the way. The Boston Red Stockings will rejoin Cleveland at the top of the American League. Boston 5-5 in their last 10. They are now 2-5 in their last 7. Philadelphia now 3-7 in their last 10. They dropped to 11-12. They're 4 games out of the American League pennant race. The magic number for Boston and Cleveland is both 12. So Philadelphia now have 9 games left. So they are the most they can get is 20 wins, which means as Boston and Cleveland keep creeping closer to 20, Philadelphia will keep creeping closer to the brink. Meanwhile, by the way, Washington at 9-14, they only have 9 games left, so the most they can get is 18 wins. So they are within 4 games of elimination. In the National League, Rockford still lead. They are top by 2 games. Thank you for the lurk, Tomb. 17-11 with 6 games left in their regular season. Chicago is at 11-9. They're 2 games back. Fort Wayne is 15-13. They're 2 games back, but they only have 4 games left in their season. New York at 12-14 have 6 games left in their season, but it does mean that New York is capped out at 18 wins. So they are 3 Fort Wayne or 2 Rockford wins away from elimination. And then the Troy Haymakers at 4-20 have 8 games left. The most they can win is 12 wins. They cannot surpass Fort Wayne. They cannot surpass Rockford. They are out of playoff contention. And those are your standings. We are going to save the game. If you're on the YouTube, this is the end of the recording. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you in the next one. Until then, take care.